You're live. It didn't eat. Heck yeah. Let's see if we can do it again without the internet going off. I should have knew there was bad storms coming. Am I the only one that when bad storms come, the internet goes off? What's going on, Josh? So I guess Dave's got some more important information to tell us. Let's see what he's talking about. Hey, Dan.
I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. I'm filming this on May 26th. All information is up to date as of May 26th. And we have a serious situation as North Korea has just tested a new weapon system with a missile launch. This coming as North Korea is rapidly expanding its military capabilities. So we're going to get into exactly what happened, what we know, what the weapon system might have been, as well as a shocking report that indicates North Korea has authorized an immediate nuclear strike if one specific thing happens. So we're going to break it all down. Before we do, as always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys nothing at all. Huge boost to the channel.
North Korea is one that we don't want no problems with. That dude is nuts.
Let me know all your thoughts in the comments below. What will North Korea do? Are they a real threat? What should we do about their growing arsenal? Let me know in the comments below. Also, let me know how the audio sounds. I'm continuing to tweak it to make sure you guys have the best experience. Hit the notification bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then Instagram, David_Hookstead, XDHookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Reach out with whatever you got. Now let's get into it. So I'm going to put this up on the screen here. This is a announcement from Indo-Pacific Command, U.S. Indo-Pacific Command today on May 26th. But before we read this, I want to make clear we have been tracking very, very, very tightly here North Korea's ability and North Korea's intent to expand its military arsenal and its military capabilities. Why are they doing this? They are doing this because they are watching things that have played out across the world, including Iran, and that's going to be very important about the nuke strike report. And they are deciding we are not going to go down. We will use a nuclear shield to make sure we do not go down. And in order to do that, we need to have a wide variety of missiles and weapons at our disposal. That is the thinking of Kim Jong-un's regime, which leads us to this. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea launched multiple ballistic missiles on May 26, 2026. We are aware of the missile launches and are consulting closely with our allies and partners. Based on current assessments, this event does not pose an immediate threat to U.S. personnel or territory or to our allies. The United States remains committed to the defense of the U.S. homeland and our allies in the region. So this was the announcement that they had fired these new kinds of ballistic missiles. We know about their nukes. They're big ICBMs that they've built to hit anywhere in America, but they have also rapidly expanded ballistic missile capabilities. Why have they done that? Because they want, again, a wide range of options at their disposal. Now, here's some more details. It says North Korea launches ballistic missile and other weapons over the sea in latest show of force. Yeah, this is from the Associated Press. It says North Korea launched a close-range ballistic missile and other weapons toward the sea on Tuesday. South Korea's military said days after the leaders of Russia and China voiced their opposition to Western pressure on North Korea. The missile fired from Jeongju, a city near the northwest coast, flew about 50 miles. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff said, we're going to get into what missile it likely was here next, so stick around. North Korea launched other kinds of projectiles, it said, but did not elaborate. South Korean media, citing the military, reported the other weapon systems mobilized included multiple rocket launch systems. The report said that simultaneous launches of different kinds of weapons were likely meant to test an ability to evade South Korean and U.S. defenses. South Korea's military said that it closely monitors activity in North Korea. It said that South Korea, with a solid alliance with the U.S., maintains a readiness to repel any provocations by North Korea. So what they are doing is they are testing these missiles to test U.S. air defense systems. Now, remember, we had a THAAD system in North Korea which is a terminal high altitude air defense. I believe I got that right. If I got it wrong, let me know in the comments below. The world's most advanced air defense system with ground-based interceptors. We had one in South Korea. However, it got pulled out and moved to the Middle East, or parts of it were pulled out and moved to the Middle East after Iran successfully struck one in a ballistic missile attack. So what North Korea is doing now is poking and prodding and testing to see what they can get away with in the event this, God forbid, a situation occurred where we found ourselves in a hot war. As for the type of missile it was, this is the new ballistic missile, the Hwasong-12, that they are developing, and we know that they have at least some of right there. It's a couple of years old, but it says the Hwasong-12 is a mobile intermediate range ballistic missile developed by North Korea. The Hwasong-12 was first revealed to the international community in a military parade on April 15th, April 2017, celebrating the Day of the Sun, although we did not know whether or not it was operational. Because if we scroll down here, it says first seen June 2017, but it's unclear when it actually went. It can go, this is crazy, a top speed of almost 13,000 miles per hour, and it has a range of 3,700 miles per hour. Sorry, not miles per hour, 3,700 miles. So it is an incredibly, incredibly powerful ballistic missile.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
The other option for what it could be is this, the Hwasong-20. It says the Hwasong-20 is a North Korean solid-fueled intercontinental ballistic missile. So this would be a longer-range one, even though this was a relatively short-range test. First revealed in September 2025 in a press report. The Hwasong-20 is considered by North Korea state media to be its most powerful nuke strategic weapon. Speaking of nukes, this leads me to this report from Fox News. North Korea updates constitution to require automatic nuke strike if Kim Jong-un is assassinated. So right here, it says North Korea has updated its constitution to require retaliatory nuke strike if leader Kim Jong-un is assassinated, according to a report. The Telegraph reported the change comes amid heightened global tensions following the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, and other officials during a recent conflict. Khamenei was killed in an Israeli strike into Iran as part of a coordinated U.S. military operation this year. The constitution revision was approved during a session of North Korea's Supreme People's Assembly, which opened March 22nd in Pyongyang. So what the North Koreans have now done is said, if you hit us with a nuke, our constitution, we have automatic reply. If you take out Kim Jong-un, we are required for an automatic retaliatory strike using our nuke arsenal, using the nuclear arsenal. So that is obviously troubling. But again, it's unclear whether or not North Korea would actually follow through on that. And then right here from the Washington Post, this is a summary of some of the missiles they have recently built. It says for more than a decade, North Korea has been working to make nuke warheads small enough to fit on top of a missile. In March 2023, Pyongyang unveiled the Hwasong-31, a tactical nuke warhead. It was only 18 inches in diameter, suggesting the North was making progress on miniaturization. It says it still hasn't tested this small warhead by detonating it, nor has it proved that it mastered the difficult re-entry technology that would enable the warhead tip missile to withstand extreme heat and vibrations involved in coming back to the Earth's atmosphere. Then right here, it says Kim also wants to complete the development of a super large hydrogen bomb, which would be far more destructive than atomic bombs, but the status of this project remains unknown. And then right here, the regime, I'll highlight that right there. It says the regime does, however, appear to have continued producing weapons-grade uranium. North Korea last year released photos of Kim visiting a uranium enrichment facility, underscoring his growing nuke ambitions. So again, they continue to build out, they continue to grow, they continue to push the limits with their nuke program.
I'm reading that shit too, right? And I take that.
So as of me filming this on May 20th,
kind of under control.
26, we now know the North Koreans have tested more missiles, firing them into the sea, testing air defenses, testing to see what they can get away with. And they have changed their constitution to authorize an immediate nuke strike in the event Kim Jong-un is taken out. North Korea continues to be one of the most fascinating players in the global affairs for geopolitics, military, all that stuff. We will continue to watch it, but I want to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments below. Please let me know what you think of the audio. And as you can see, I'm also not wearing the hat, changed it up a little bit. Please make sure to like and subscribe.
All right, Dave. Appreciate your service, sir. Let's oh shit. Oh, no, took us all the way back out. I was like, the hell with it. Wonder if that's the only thing that he's dropped. Yeah, the other one was the Iran bombs. All right, cool. That kind of catches us up. What's up, Jay? How you doing, sir? Oh, Conor McGregor. Like, that dude needs to sit his ass down somewhere. I'm just kind of looking around, seeing if they have any more updates about. Let's see what this is. No shit. Yeah, it's been raining here too, brother. That's why the internet cut off a while ago.
It's 3 times stronger.
Right back.
And back to our top story today, U.S. forces launching self-defense strikes against Iran. For more on that, we are joined by retired Colonel Mike Jernigan. He is a visiting fellow at the Heritage Foundation. Colonel, great to see you.
Hey, great to see you, Bill. Good afternoon.
So the U.S. says they caught 2 Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps boats going into the Strait of Hormuz and trying to lay these mines yesterday in the middle of these ongoing negotiations when they're trying to get this across the finish line. They took those boats out. What does it say to you that Iran is doing that when it sounds like they're pretty close to a deal?
Yeah, Bill, it sounds to me like either they don't have control of their forces, which could also be true, or they're, using things during the ceasefire to make things to their advantage. Laying mines in an international waterway is an act of war. And at the same time, they're claiming that this is our area of influence. And so the U.S. was right to stop the ships laying the mines. Simultaneously, missiles were fired at U.S. ships. And so those missile batteries were also taken out. That's what it means by self-defense actions. The ships were laying mines and missiles were shooting. And so the U.S. shot those.
Republican Congressman Derek Van Orden is a former U.S. Navy SEAL. He says the U.S. is really starting to run out of patience with these negotiations. Take a listen.
Our patience is wearing very thin, and that it's time for them to actually come to the table in good faith, which they have not done yet. And there is not an endless amount of time that they have to try to maintain what they control with the Straits of Hormuz and try to get nuclear weapons. The time is running out.
Colonel, what do you make of his point there? There's been a feel that Iran is just kind of stringing the U.S. along, trying to elongate this as much as they can. What do you think?
I completely agree. Everything in the Iranian negotiations is all the stuff that they want. They want financial relief. They want the U.S. out of the Straits of Hormuz. They want to be left alone to continue to do their proxies. And nothing that they don't want to give up is discussed, specifically their ability to make nuclear weapon material and have a nuclear weapon in the future. So they're saying all the stuff we want at the front, we need to talk about first. And none of the stuff that we don't want to give up, we don't want to talk about. And so what I think is happening is they're trying to delay to get to a situation. Your astute viewers will remember in 1951, the North Koreans and the South Koreans had a ceasefire. In 1953, that turned into an armistice that continues today. So I think that the Iranians are just trying to run out the clock on the world's patience. And I don't think that the president in the United States has a lot more patience to give.
Well, President Trump is now tossing around the idea of, if there is a peace deal here, having some of those regional partners join the Abraham Accords as part of that peace deal. Senator Lindsey Graham loves what he's hearing. He says in part, quote, President Trump's most recent proposal requiring expansion of the Abraham Accords as part of a negotiated settlement to the Iran conflict is simply brilliant and would result in the most significant change in the Middle East in thousands of years. I expect our Arab allies to embrace this, as well as our friends in Israel. Focusing on this task as failure is not an option, which would be a correct analysis. Colonel, in your opinion, is this, quote, simply brilliant?
I do think it's effective. I do think that getting others to join the Abraham Accords, which are largely economic, right? We're sending airplanes from each airline companies to our countries. And I think it's a good way of saying, hey, Israel and the Arabs, we can have our disagreements, but we can interact in a world order peacefully, like the United Arab Emirates has already done with the Abraham Accords.
We've got about 30 seconds left here. What's your feel on where we are right now with this talk of a deal? I mean, it changes day to day. We're close. We're not close. We're almost there. We're there. In your opinion, where do you think we are?
Doubtful. I think the Iranians are going to get caught trying to not follow the deal. And I think that we're going to resume economic sanctions and kinetic action.
All right. We will see. Colonel Mike Jernigan, thank you for your time today. Great to see you.
Great to see you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now.
So when the valves open too far,
on Fox One,
they need to be adjusted.
We all want
pressure
more.
back through that car.
More progress, more wins.
Because the valves ain't closed.
But what we're really chasing is more life. Add more life to your years. Whoop, the official fitness wearable of the PGA Tour.
President Trump set to huddle with his cabinet at Camp David tomorrow morning after saying talks with Iran
bullshit. Why they report that? He's already changed that. He's done.
Are going nicely, but insisting he will only cut a quote great deal or else none at all. Iran's regime's issuing new warnings today after the War Department launched what they are calling self-defense strikes. The U.S. official tells Fox this does not mean that the ceasefire is now over. Iran's foreign ministry, though, is threatening consequences now, saying, quote, the Islamic Republic of Iran will leave no act of aggression unanswered. Fox Business correspondent Ashley Webster reports live from Tel Aviv for us this afternoon. Hey, Ashley.
Hey there, Gillian. Indeed, U.S. Central Command says it launched those self-described self-defense strikes in order to protect U.S. troops from Iranian forces. Later in the day, CENTCOM put out a statement that said, in part, that the targets in those strikes included missile launch sites and Iranian boats attempting to, what it says, emplace mines. U.S. Central Command, it says, continues to defend our forces while using restraint during the ongoing ceasefire. As you would imagine, the strikes drew instant anger from Iran, who accused the U.S. of a gross violation of a ceasefire. Listen.
It is not the first time we are witnessing these contradictions from the United States. In fact, one of the problems in our negotiations is these inconsistencies and contradictions in their behavior. This is not a new issue.
Iran is also vowing to leave what it says no act of aggression unanswered, adding that America will no longer have a safe haven in the Middle East. Well, despite the escalation of tensions, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the administration is committed to a peace deal, even though the process has been painfully frustrating. Listen.
And it's going to take a couple days to settle on even down to the
finger of the United States military is on the trigger behind the negotiations. The United States military attacked targets in southern Iran and in the Persian Gulf in strikes that were defined as self-defense. In Iran, they confirmed that soldiers of the Revolutionary Guards were
how to act. They really wouldn't, Deb. If we came over there and Cuba was part of the United States now, they wouldn't know how to act. Their life would change drastically so fast. I'd like to have a camera over there just watching some of them people try to use cell phones, like the newer shit. That would be pretty funny.
Eliminated in these strikes. Mustafa Khamenei is threatening from the bunker, saying that Israel is approaching the end of its existence. The deal with Iran is stuck on two issues. The nuclear issue and the money are once again the center of this crisis. Mustafa Khamenei added in a letter that the calls of death to America and death to Israel will unite the Muslim world. The United States is insisting on the destruction of the enriched uranium.
Senator, who's in some, reportedly in some serious health concern?
Trump said clearly that this is a necessary condition for an agreement with Iran. And Trump, in an official demand to Arab leaders, leaves them with no choice. you are going to sign the Abraham Accords in exchange for a deal with Iran. And he made it clear, either there will be an excellent deal or we will return to the battlefield with force. The president of Iran announced the restoration of the internet in the country. It will be interesting to see what comes out of Iran and whether the testimonies will come out about what the regime did to the Iranian people. So, did Iran quietly prepare an unexpected surprise for the United States and Israel? Or have the United States and Israel already prepared the winning move against the Revolutionary Guards? Let me know in the comments, what do you think? I'm Meir Pinto, with me is Mati Shoshani, and we are boots on the ground, bringing you the whole truth about what's happening here in Israel, and also the whole truth about what's happening in our neighborhood, the Middle East. And today is May 26th, and we are about to bring you the whole information from this region. And 2 weeks before the opening of the World Cup in Iran's ports. And in the middle of this escalation, United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that talks were held in Qatar, but the wording of the deal could take a few more days. Then he sent a clear message to Tehran. The Strait of Hormuz must remain open, and it will remain open one way or another. And at the time, Trump is hardening his position. He's no longer talking only about the ceasefire or opening the strait, but about a much broader deal. The destruction of Iran's enriched uranium or its transfer to the United States, supervision by the Atomic Energy Agency, and stopping the transfer of weapons to the terrorist organization Hezbollah, and also giving Israel freedom of action against Hezbollah in the event of a threat, and maybe also a regional move that will include normalization of the relations between Israel and additional Arab and Muslim countries. And meanwhile in Tehran, they're trying to turn Hormuz into a pressure card. The regime announced that it will collect payment from vessels under the title of Navigation and Maritime Protection Services. The Gulf states, they are warning that markets are nervous. And the message is clear. The negotiations may still be continuing, but the war over the strait is already taking place in practice. After the United States announced that it had attacked targets in Iran for the purpose of self-defense, the Revolutionary Guards announced that they had shut down an American UAV that entered Iranian airspace and fired towards a fighter jet. Look, last night, President Trump again posted on his social network Truth that the enriched uranium must leave Iran. The president wrote, the enriched uranium will be transferred immediately to the United States so it can be brought home and destroyed, or preferably, with cooperation and coordination from the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed on site or in another acceptable location with the Atomic Energy Commission or its equivalent, witnessing this process and making sure that the uranium was destroyed. On the other hand, the Iranians made it clear that they oppose removing the uranium at this stage. And not long ago, a letter arrived from Iran's supreme leader by courier, Mustafa Khamenei, in a written message. Yes, I think it is really easy to make threats when you are sitting alone in a bunker underground and cannot leave the room. All you have left is to threat. So the supreme leader of Iran, Mustafa Khamenei, published a written message this morning in which he threatened that the hands of time will not go backwards and that the people and countries of this region will no longer serve as a shield for American bases. In the message, which was published against the backdrop of the growing tension between Tehran and Washington, Khamenei added that America, in addition to no longer having any safe place for evil, for acts of aggression, and for placing bases in this region, is moving further and further away every day from its former status. And what about the agreement? Look, in the message that Khamenei published in honor of the pilgrimage to Mecca, the Muslim holiday, he attacked Israel, and he also attacked the United States. He wrote that the weak Zionist regime and the cancerous tumor of Israel have approached the final stages of their cursed lives. Iran continues to claim that it will not move forward in negotiations with the United States without the release of the frozen Iranian funds in Qatar. The dispute around the issue is in the process of being resolved through Qatari mediation. But in Iran, they're still concerned about previous American violations. At the same time, it was reported that Iran is demanding the immediate release of $12 billion with the signing of a memorandum of understanding, and the remainder within 60 days. And look, in the 12 weeks that have passed since the United States and Israel opened their military campaign against Iran, in which the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and many senior officials were killed, Tehran has constantly insisted that any agreement must focus on ending the conflict on all fronts. This includes Lebanon, where Iran-backed Hezbollah forces clashed with Israelis almost immediately after the fighting broke out. And the war against Hezbollah is moving up a gear. Israel received American support to intensify its actions against the terror organization. The IDF struck more than 100 Hezbollah targets. An unusual evacuation warning was
I can't listen to that dude too fucking.
I spoke at the top of the program about anti-Israel bias at the ABC, now pro-Iran propaganda too, and also the Labor Party's Victorian Conference denouncing Israel, calling for the release of a Palestinian terrorist and failing to condemn human rights abuses by Iran. I'm joined now by Australian Iranian.
Talking about Trump Center history?
Activist Tina Kudrostami and former federal Labor frontbencher, that is, Michael Danby, joining us from Melbourne. Let me start with you, Tina. I showed people some of the ABC report on their news last night out of Iran, which essentially just told us that all the people in Iran support their government and denounce America, and even if there's peace now, they'll be ready to fight again.
Oh, no,
what did you think watching that report?
It was shocking. It's absolutely disgraceful, but it's
yeah, but they did that
it's
not too
a
long
real
ago,
spit in the face of so many Iranians within the country at the moment who are telling us day in, day out that they're struggling, they don't know how to survive, they don't know what to expect.
The latest attack from Burt Jones, total garbage. I supported Brian Kemp 100%.
As over Memorial Day weekend, the entire editorial board of the Wall Street Journal, controlled by Rupert Murdoch, said that Donald Trump's presidency is effectively over at the midterms, that he's lost the plot of governing, and that all that is left, besides sticking a fork in it, is that the inevitable third impeachment proceedings led by the Democrats. Now we also know over the weekend why Donald Trump is so intent on building a secret hospital that we all now know about under the White House during the ballroom construction. He's going in today for his third annual medical examination this year. Who gets 3 annual checkups in a year and 4 since he started this term 19 months ago? He's going to be 80 years old in a couple of weeks. He is less than candid and transparent. He falls asleep with a room full of people on top of him demonstrating sleep apnea and perhaps cognitive decline. I've been around 79 and 80-year-olds in my own life, including my own parents. They didn't go to the doctor for an annual 3 times in a year. What is going on? And we can't count on the White House to be transparent. We can count on them to be completely opaque and cover up for failing medical health and maybe cognitive health of a president. Sean Barabella Shore, the captain from the U.S. Navy that serves as the medical doctor, he'll write something about Donald Trump being in the greatest health he's ever been in. But we have eyes and ears. We see him falling asleep during meetings. We see he has no...
Well, fuck, he's up all hours of the damn night.
No real physical activity. When was the last time you saw him swing even a golf club lately, let alone work out? We've seen the bruising on his hands. We've seen the makeup. We've seen the cankles around his ankles that he can barely walk up and down a flight of stairs or in a straight line. We've seen all this. The problem is the lack of complete candor by this White House. So we need more investigative reporting. The decline of a president in plain view is important to national security. And just because the White House keeps calling it a routine annual
President Trump's health is also taking center stage today. He just got a physical exam today at Walter Reed Medical Center, and it was for what the White House called a routine medical and dental checkup. It is his third visit in 13 months, putting a spotlight on the president's physical well-being ahead of his 80th birthday.
I mean, and I hate to say it that way. Yeah, that's what I was fixing to say, Josh. He's walking pretty fucking good.
Birthday next month, and joining us now is NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, the president's health has seen a lot of scrutiny recently, with a lot of questions on things like the bruising that we see from time to time on his hands. What is that bruising, and what is the White House saying overall about the bill of health here?
Well, look, Adi, the president and the White House have said that the bruising in the president's hands are due to him using aspirin as a blood thinner. They say that he shakes a lot of hands, and so that that bruising does not signify any health issue, but certainly just shy of his 80th birthday here next month. His checkup today at Walter Reed raised a lot of questions. Recent polling shows that just 40%.
He's probably got something going on with him, but I wouldn't worry about it.
Of Americans, of respondents to that poll, say that he has the mental sharpness for the job. And when it comes to physical capacity, that number stands at 44%. Now, that's a 10% drop from last year. But the president just posted a short time ago. He's back here at the White House. He said that today's checkup went perfectly and that he thanked the doctors and staff. And again, he said that he was heading back to the White House where he's expected to have another busy day. Got it.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
Yeah, they talking about he can't hardly walk. Fuck, he looked like he was sprinting out there. To me, I wouldn't worry about that shit too tough. And he could have some medical issues, right? But, you know, they tried to overplay it too much, man. Oh, he's riding in the limo. He ain't riding in a fucking hearse. So till they put him in a hearse, then we'll worry about it. But fuck, he look like he skipped up out of that bitch. Look at him. He's doing pretty fucking good. He's doing pretty fucking good. They always try to make it
Tom
like,
Ogle
like
drove
he's fucking sick. Yeah, I get that. But I wouldn't worry about it until like he's on flat on his fucking back and being carried out there. You can't believe them motherfuckers. They try to hype everything up, right? What was it? 2 weeks ago, he was out, down for the count. Trump's got on his last leg, and gonna find out he was in the fucking White House.
President Trump set to huddle with his.
Bitch. We done listened to you one time already.
And back to our top.
I was trying to get all the way back out of there. Damn, chemical and implosion leads multiple. We got all kinds of shit going on like that, don't they?
Good evening, I'm Bill Malugin, and this is your Fox News report. The fragile ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is still holding, even as Iranian leaders vow to retaliate for Monday's, quote, defensive strikes. Negotiations between both sides continue as the White House insists the Strait of Hormuz will reopen one way or another. President Trump will hold a cabinet meeting at the White House tomorrow. A chemical implosion at a packaging plant in Washington state leaves multiple people dead and missing. It happened at the Nippon Dynaway facility in Longview. At least 10 people were taken to the hospital, some with critical injuries. The facility produces paper products. Texans are hitting the polls today for the Republican primary runoff election between incumbent Senator John Cornyn and President Trump's pick, State Attorney General Ken Paxton. The race will be yet another test of Trump's endorsement power. The winner will face off against Democrat James Tallarico in November. We're going back to the moon, at least we hope so. NASA is sharing its plans for the future, including sending 2 astronauts to the moon and establishing a permanent human presence there. The agency has its eyes on 2028 for the next lunar mission landing. And we now know who will be repping the Stars and Stripes at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The U.S. men's national team roster has been announced, featuring some familiar names, including Christian Pulisic. The World Cup kicks off on June 11th. In Washington, I'm Bill Malugin. Have a great night.
It's May 26, 2026, and Iran just got caught doing something that should end any fantasy that there's any stability in this regime or that they can negotiate in good faith and basically have any cohesive leadership in the country. While Iranian diplomats were sitting across from Qatari mediators in Doha, while Secretary Rubio was in India telling reporters a deal could be done in, quote, a couple days, Iran's IRGC Navy was running PACAP-class fast attack boats in the Strait of Hormuz or even hovercraft under the cover of darkness to lay sea mines just yesterday. Not metaphorical mines, not just Iran thinking they want to lay mines, actual contact mines in the world's most important oil checkpoint during a ceasefire. Are we really surprised? And then CENTCOM caught them, and CENTCOM does what CENTCOM does best. U.S. forces struck missile launch sites and those mine-laying craft near Bandar Abbas. That's Iran's crown jewel right near the Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. military struck it unapologetically with self-defense strikes, basically putting Iran in check, putting these little mafia bosses in check that think they can just operate with impunity in the Strait of Hormuz and cause chaos. So I'm going to walk you through exactly what Bandar Abbas is.
What man, I can't hardly watch Max Afterburner, to be honest with you. Max is something else to me. See if we can get any updates on Cuba.
If you're not using a business travel platform like Navan, you're really missing out. Hi, I'm Ellie, and I'm the People Operations Specialist at Synthesia. Navan is a business travel platform.
Welcome back. Well, there was fresh escalation in the Middle East overnight. The U.S. conducted defensive strikes on Iranian ships in the Strait of Hormuz, sinking 2 ships that the U.S. said were attempting to lay new mines in the key waterway. And also the U.S. hit a missile base on land, CENTCOM saying that it used restraint during the ongoing ceasefire. But Iran is threatening retaliation this morning. President Trump says that he will make, quote, a great deal for all or no deal at all, vowing Tehran's nuclear program will be totally destroyed. The president gave Iran an ultimatum on nuclear ambition, saying on Truth Social over the weekend, quote, the enriched uranium will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or destroyed in place where it is or at another acceptable location. The commander-in-chief also calling for countries in the Middle East to join the Abraham Accords, normalize relations with Israel. Writing on Truth Social, most should be ready, willing, and able to make this settlement with Iran a far more historic event than it would be otherwise. Joining me now is New York Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis. Congresswoman, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. We are still in this war. The president is trying to balance keeping Iran nuclear free while also getting oil and gas prices lower ahead of the midterm elections. Your reaction?
Yeah, look, it's quite the challenge. And what happened over the last 24 hours just shows how fragile these negotiations are, and also shows how Iran simply has to be taken with a grain of salt. You always can't necessarily trust them. But they are trying to negotiate in good faith, United States of America. I hope that the president will be able to walk away with this with a good deal. I believe that he will. And I think the stocks today are showing that they believe as well that he can make a deal that is in the best interest of the United States.
Yes,
You're seeing oil prices come down a bit.
You know what I mean? So if he did kill over, would it not be kind of normal?
But at the end of the day, it needs to be a deal that will have a lasting peace, stability there. We've already seen Iran's industrial base basically destroyed. We've seen the Ayatollah obviously killed and so many in the regime devastated. And I think that this is a real good opportunity for us to move forward. And if he can bring in some additional countries into the Abraham Accord, I think that will be really incredible and really be a great sign for longer lasting peace. But he's right to take the no dust, no dollars approach here. That has always been the objective at the end of the day, to ensure that they do not have that enriched uranium and be able to move toward a nuclear weapon.
Well, the president's also talking about Cuba, Congresswoman. I mean, the president suggesting possible U.S. military intervention there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that the U.S. prefers a peaceful deal, but he doubts Cuba's current government will agree to it. Ex-Cuban President Raul Castro was indicted by the DOJ on charges including murder and conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals, connected to his alleged role in the 1996 downing of 2 planes where 4 men were killed, including 3 Americans. You're calling on the military to to get Raul Castro out of Cuba and drag him to justice like Maduro was. What do you want to see here?
See, to me,
Look, I
that's
want to see justice at the end of the day. This has been 3 decades in the making. No other administration has been willing to do what this administration has done to actually hold Raul Castro accountable for the murder of 3 Americans and 1 American permanent resident. But I would also be pleased to see if the pressure is increased to a point where you see this communist regime flee the island. At the end of the day, we want to see not only a free Cuba. I have family there. They're suffering tremendously. They lack access to food, to medicine, to basic necessities, but it's also in our own national interest. Remember, they not only harbor our fugitives, but they have been providing access 90 miles from our shore to our adversaries, whether it be communist China, whether it be Russia, whether it be Iran, whether it be many of those terrorist organizations backed by Iran. This is dangerous for the entire hemisphere. We've known that they've been doing this, allowing spies to be so close to our country, and we need to take action. Now, what I will say also is organizations like Code Pink, I'm so glad that we're seeing Treasury and Justice investigate them. Code Pink should have its 501c3 revoked. This is an organization where its leaders have not only met with the communist regime in Cuba, but with the Iranian regime. They've also even met with the leaders of Hamas. They are funded by billionaires associated with the Communist Party in China. They're here to undermine our country, to act as agitators and disruptors. And so we need to take organizations like that serious and follow the money. And on that note, Congress people like Jayapal and Johnson, who went to Cuba just last month, when this administration is trying to do what it's trying to do with Cuba to take them away remove them as a national security threat. To me, they should be investigated for treason. It is unacceptable that U.S. dollars funded that trip. And the speaker has to cut off any type of trip like that to communist Cuba going forward.
Well, look, the president is dealing with so much at once. Meanwhile, I want to get your take on why it is that the reconciliation bill is not going to be on the president's desk by June 1st, like he wanted. I mean, Texas is holding their polls. They're going to head to the polls in just a few hours, where they will choose between incumbent Senator John Cornyn and President Trump-endorsed Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. In the state's GOP Senate runoff, the winner of tonight's runoff will go up against Democrat James Tallarico in November. And Congressman, I know that the Senate...
This bitch here's got a defect. Look at this motherfucker. How do people like that get in Congress? Huh? Look at him. He got a touch of the tism, boy.
Leadership wanted President Trump to back John Cornyn. He did not. He backed Ken Paxton. Is this why the reconciliation package is being delayed?
Well, I hope not. I mean, you would think the leadership would at least stay behind and try to negotiate a deal. I think it's very simple. We need a skinny reconciliation bill that funds ICE, that funds border protection. We are dealing with threats facing our nation. We have the 250th anniversary events coming up. You have the 25th anniversary of 9/11. We need to know who's coming in and out of this country. And while they are still operating, we need to make sure that they have all the funding that they need to get the job done and protect our homeland. And so, I was disappointed, like so many other House members, to see the Senate leave for an entire week. We should have stayed and worked on this piece of legislation. Obviously, we're waiting on the Senate, but to try to add all sorts of things in there, I think, is the wrong approach at this time. Let's focus on Homeland Security, and then we can work on a Reconciliation 3 that can have other things in there that are outside of that realm of Homeland Security specifically.
Well, I mean, but Congressman, the president was on board with that, right? I mean, he told me in an interview a month ago, it's going to be a skinny bill. It's going to just focus on, Customs and Border Patrol and ICE and funding those two things. So he was on board with that. I guess there was some conversation about the ballroom as well. But beyond that, so I still don't understand. Is this just trying to get President Trump back for backing Ken Paxton?
Put it in and just type in tubes.
Whoa.
In the size of the tire.
What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just...
I hope not. I mean, that would be ridiculous for the Senate to mess with our homeland security in such a ridiculous and dangerous way, by the way. I don't know. The Senate politics, we often say in the House that the Senate is another planet. We really don't understand sometimes their procedures or their schedule or why they do the things that they do. What I do know is that the House is ready and we are willing and we just want to vote to fund our homeland security.
So there are new concerns over this $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund created by the DOJ. The DOJ says it's going to establish a formal process for Americans who say they were targeted through politically motivated actions under past administrations like the Biden administration and the Obama administration. It's part of the settlement agreement tied to President Trump's lawsuit against the IRS. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I can't tell you much about this, Maria, because a lot of us are left in the dark about exactly what this fund will be used for. Now, the idea, if it is true that this
about Cuba, I don't give a fuck about all that other shit. You better back up. When was this shit? Oh, that's a year ago. I should all be taking off fucking internet. Look at them old ass trucks. I wonder if we'll get hit if we play this. We'll try it anyway. Surrounded by the fucking ocean. There's fish everywhere. Hell, you could use anything for a boat, you know. Like I've said before, I know for a fact we send some tons and tons of frozen chicken from Tyson, part of rice smuggling business, bro. I got the boat. We'll take off with our. Oh shit! It was all bullshit aside. It's rough as fuck in Cuba. Let's go, huh? I don't see nothing really new. Fuck is that?
Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes and we'll spot you up to $200. Apply now. Open a Chime.
The U.S. government is going after high-ranking Cuban officials, issuing sanctions officials say will restrict Cuba's ability to suppress the will of the people. Now Cuba's leader is fighting back, calling the entire thing immoral and criminal. Let's get to political reporters Pat Sobella, who is live for us in the newsroom with Everything Cuba this noon.
Shelley, Roxy, we'll get to what Cuba's leader is saying in a second, but first let's talk about something peculiar happening on the island. The Cuban government announced new rules that authorizes the freezing of bank accounts on the island. The newly released order says Cuba's Ministry of Interior, which is as you may know, the political arm of the government, can work with the Central Bank of Cuba to freeze accounts, property, and other assets without notification. The document says they're doing this to confront terrorism. Some context here, though. In the past, in Cuba, the label terrorist could be applied to activists or political opponents. On the most recent sanctions, here's what Cuba's leader is saying. He says it is immoral, illegal, and criminal. The executive order that pursues and threatens third parties who want to sell fuel to Cuba, penalizing, he goes on to say, companies that want to invest in Cuba or simply provide us with basic goods like food, medicine, and hygiene products or others. Now, on Monday, the State Department announced it was sanctioning what they call 11 Cuban regime elites and 3 government organizations, government officials and military figures associated with Cuba's security apparatus. U.S. officials argue the people sanctioned are responsible or have been involved in repressing the Cuban people. In a Foundation for Human Rights in Cuba press conference minutes ago, a possible transition was a topic of discussion.
Country will require what I call a transition in steroids, meaning the refoundation of the republic and a new institutional framework to enable a democracy. That means extensive institutional rebuilding to put in place almost simultaneously an independent judicial system and effective public administration, economic frameworks, political parties, basic governance structures, lead to a new constitution, and finally an election.
Of course, all of this happening a day before the Department of Justice is expected to announce it is going after Raul Castro, possibly indicting the Cuban leader for his role in the shoot-down of the Brothers to the Rescue civilian planes back in 1996. That announcement is expected tomorrow afternoon at the Freedom Tower, ladies. Roxy, I'll send it back to you.
Damn, I missed the whole fucking segment, didn't I? Get up to get coffee and bam. No, I probably shouldn't. Y'all want to check in on old fucking pervy pawpaw? Looking for Cruising Charlie, huh? He ain't over here. I don't think he's got a path. I don't think he got a key to get in the fucking front door over here, does he? I probably shouldn't do this, but we'll go. We'll go see what this old fuck's been saying. Yeah, and it spelled the fuck out of it, didn't it? Damn, I know his dumbass is up there. Oh, it's because it's got all that other shit up there. Oh, he's so fucking sassy, ain't he? What's up, Turner? That old fucking fag is so goddamn sassy. Let's ask Grok if any of these grifters know what they're talking about. Fucking weird. He is so fucking sassy. Scooby-Doo. I'd still rather listen to Rusty. Yeah, he's fucking creepy. I'd still rather listen to Rusty fucking fuck his ass up. Let's go listen to part 2 of that shit. Might take me a second to find it, but I know there's a part 2 to it. That fucking thumbnail right there took me the fuck out, boy. When I seen that. Twilight Zone. Old Yeller.
It's just ridiculous to think that a married couple of 22 years, homeowner.
We got 82 in here now, Jimmy, in case we're keeping score.
His wife paid for it. His wife pays for everything. It's just retarded. Just the notion is retarded.
It's actually 87 now, Jimmy. Just want to let you know. Keep you up to date.
And you sound retarded when you say it.
Bro, but the fact about it was funny when he denied all his financial shit, wasn't it? And then you hear him in the courtroom with Power Stroke admitting they went over my financials. But it was, that's fake. That's fake. That ain't my paperwork. Yeah, no. You're a fucking bum. You're a fucking bum. You look for the easiest target that financially helps you out. You don't even like women. We know that by your police report. Any man get caught getting fucked in the ass in the park by another man clearly does not like or value a woman.
In God's name does chemo and smokes. And I can tell you, if they knew he was smoking, he wouldn't get no chemo. They wouldn't waste their time. But I don't understand that. What talks about this great marriage, but has absolutely not a lick of respect for his wife.
Now, we've seen this stupid motherfucker here, right? Just the epitome of hypocrisy. We've seen him on camera with a cigarette more than one time. More than one time. In his home, on camera, during this live stream, he smokes. And he's over here belittling Wade, who's openly said that they gave him a death date, right? Belittling Wade for what he wants to do with his life and how he wants to conduct himself. While he does the same fucking thing. And then, but this guy's sitting there claiming, oh, well, he's, the cancer and all the other bullshit. He'll use it as a crutch in a heartbeat. He has no fucking standard to hold himself to. But just think about the hypocrisy of this. We've seen him do it. Listen to what he says.
Wherever you are out there, I hope you're doing good, brother.
Won't do nothing about his meth mouth.
Whole fucking beer in your hand.
And then don't give a shit. Doing chemo and smoking. I'll bet you he'll leave her with no way to even bury his stupid ass.
So you're projecting again, right, Jimmy? Your wife has had to carry you and your sorry ass and all the baggage that you bring with you your entire life. And when you finally kick the bucket, you ain't gonna leave her with shit to bury you with because you don't have anything. She's giving you fucking everything that you have.
Yep.
What she is effectively a shelter for you to hide what little bit of shit that you've accumulated under. So you don't get garnished. You don't have judgments put on it. You don't have liens put on the shit. That's what your wife effectively is for you.
And he hates it.
So don't speculate on someone else's financial situation when you run around here living like you do. You have no fucking business speaking about anyone else.
Nope.
And what they do in their lives or planning,
My house,
especially with the way that you conduct your fucking business.
She'll probably have to go borrow money or something. I mean, literally, that's what he doesn't have any more respect for her.
Which, hey, for
I couldn't sleep for days worried
I
to
don't know
death
why he was so ashamed.
that I was going to leave my wife in a lurch. Absolutely worried.
His
me to
wife's
death.
done pretty good for them.
I think quitting smoking would be just a small nugget of what your spouse has to
he is
tolerate
so
when you're going through
sassy.
something like that.
Let me blow his face up, just so y'all can see.
I can tell you right now, if I did that, my wife would have said, "Fuck, you're on your own. Don't expect me to drive your dumb ass up there."
That head bobbing.
But she's literally put up with everything else that you've done, right?
He's got practice.
Because let's just face it, you're a real fucking jam.
I promise you.
You know, the other women you were with knocked the fuck out of them, been arrested multiple times, domestic violence.
No,
and some of those have been watered down to disorderly conduct, right? But oh yeah, your wife would have told you, oh yeah, you decided to do it. Look, she's probably scared to fucking death of you, dude. To listen to the way you talk about people in general, her even. Fucking lying, telling people you live in a neighbor's fucking house and shit. And this poor woman has got to sit there and listen to this shit, dude. And she puts up with that. I'm sure there was something like that she'd buck up on you. Oh, I ain't taking you over there. You're a fucking liar, Jimmy. You're a liar. You are only comfortable when you're able to bully women and people that you think, you can get over on. You would never pull that shit with a man. See, I look at you in your fucking affliction shirt and your fucking skinny jeans that are baggy as fucking hell, by the way, and all your little bullshit, dude. You are quite the little metrosexual fairy there, aren't you? You made a comment one time about Wade didn't shave, so he must not respect his wife. There's some women that actually like facial hair on a man. Okay? Not running around looking like a fucking shaved racing gerbil like you do. Some women actually like men that are adults and can provide and take care of their children and handle the responsibilities that they have. Some women find comfort in that, knowing that they'll have someone that's always there and they can rely on, not some piece of shit that's got to hide from everything and everyone and put on a false, life and persona that you have to take on to make yourself fucking feel better about how miserable you really are.
Unbelievable. Smoking while doing chemo. Or he's either lying, probably lying.
We're up to 94 now, Jimmy.
If you've ever watched Rusty's live stream, I didn't realize that they were that pathetic. And when I say pathetic, it is one of the most pathetic things I've ever witnessed some adults do. It makes me sad for them. They sit around on that panel with like 18 or 20 people watching. There's 5 of them, and they can only draw about.
There's 95 in here right now, Jimmy. 95. You fucking cocksucker.
20, maybe 30 people tops. And I'll bet you 10 of those people are my supporters. They're just listening to the bullshit. And they sit there and just
this motherfucker
wildly
thinks he's got a
speculate.
whole gang behind him, don't he?
For hours on end, one of them will mention something that was in one of my videos. They'll speculate about it. Someone else will mention something that was in one of my videos. They'll speculate about it. Someone else will mention something that was in one of my videos. And it's just a never ending circle jerk like that for 3 solid hours. I'm not even slightly exaggerating. I'm going to play some of it. You're going to see. It just was so eye opening because now I realize who I'm dealing with. So, and let me tell you, I'm energized. I can destroy these turds. Just destroy them.
Yeah. Jimmy can just destroy us.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Oh,
Buddy
it's
boy.
always bobbing sooner.
You know you're lying. I know you're lying. Those airheads out there listening to you, they got to know you're lying. Let's continue.
With just common sense and facts. That's all I got to use. Common sense and facts, and I can just walk on them. Right? Just unbelievable. One of the most ignorant things you can do.
Yeah.
Is speculate. That is ignorant in and of itself.
Yet I've showed you multiple examples of what this dude does. He just speculates non-fucking stop. This is the only thing that he knows how to do. Speculate. Has no proof, shows no receipts, nothing. All the shit that he's accused my son.
He knows how to drain a man's main vein. He knows how to get that asshole ring. Hey, and if anybody needs their rectum repaired with Goodyear rubber, PBR would be a good one to tell you, you know, what brand and, you know, what model tire works the best. Because he's got a used recycled asshole for sure.
Of the doxing of girls in gift shops and fucking all this other crazy shit. He'll never show you a video of that. He'll never show you a video. Not even a redacted, not even a fucking edit, nothing. He'll never show that. Because it would destroy this narrative that he's fucking got so much mileage out of. But hey, here we go.
To speculate.
Ain't the only thing he got.
But then to wildly assume. And then to get to a place where every assumption's negative. Every assumption. Gotta be negative. If I said I took a shit, they would debate.
We seen you take a shit, sir. It fell out. That shit was so runny, it looked like pudding pops that had been left out in the sun. And you posted it on YouTube for everybody to see. It was nasty.
For 15 minutes, whether or not that was true. I'm not even exaggerating a bit.
Yeah. See the way he wants to talk in circles around this shit? Nobody cares about when you took a shit. We all remember the time that you took a video of your shit and posted it to YouTube in some pathetic attempt at humor or whatever the fuck that was. Nobody cares about any of that shit, Jimmy. Nobody really cares about how pathetic your life is. But the fact that you make yourself such a target and you attack other people, your lies tend to be a target for people to expose. You don't want to talk about the actual fact. Hey, I did this and they did this to me back. And I'm too fucking stupid to stop doing it.
No, it just falls.
Nope, you don't want to talk about that. You want to talk in circles about, they'll argue about my shit. No, nobody gives a flying fuck about your shit, dude. Nobody cares nothing about your fucking make-believe, fucking high-end audio, flea market bullshit. Nobody cares about any of it. You are a despicable piece of garbage.
Fucking $2,500.
You make yourself an easy fucking target by just throwing stuff out there. Why not just be truthful to who you are? Don't arm these people with all this information, you know, that they can come at you with by lying. You're a horrible fucking liar. Why do you do that to yourself? You know, even Kenneth Dennis said he was making fun of you. The guy you said it's a whack job and all this stuff. Oh, you know, you got 14 businesses and 3 cars and all that shit. You were pulling that shit fucking 10 years ago. And I highlighted it and showed it to people. The same fucking thing, dude. You've hated yourself that long. You've had to lie about it. I don't have to post a fucking eBay description or an eBay posting of someone else's. I can show you exactly what it is I own.
Good over
I have no shame in
your mouth.
I don't have to pull from someone else and claim it. I could put it on fucking camera, dude. It's not a problem. I don't need to. I showed you a video. I just got another one yesterday. Hey, I got plenty of audio shit sitting around here. I could go for fucking day. I could make a series of videos just fucking with you in doing this whole one-upper thing that you're talking about. I could pull out something fucking new just about every motherfucking day for quite a while and let you just try to trash it. You'll never even get close. You're pathetic.
Listen to me, folks. I want you to hear me. They debated how my fucking avatar was taken for 10 minutes. They debated on how my avatar was taken for 15 minutes.
They didn't debate on how that asshole was taken, though, did they?
On how my avatar was taken. Could you imagine having just absolutely that just bottom of the barrel?
All right. So here's the context of the whole avatar discussion. He took a picture of himself in his garage. Okay. And then went on to tell people that he took it while he was on a motorcycle, but the motorcycle is not pictured in the garage. Okay. So you can see, while it does not matter, you told someone that you were sitting on a motorcycle while pictured, but failed to feature the fucking motorcycle. That's what the discussion was about, dumbass. You know that, but you want to dance around it because you need something to talk about. And they pointed out, hey, look, we see toolboxes and shit in the back. I don't know any fucking motorcycle that's got toolboxes and shit in the back. Not big red ones like that. That was the point. But you want to make this dumbass shit out of it. Like, oh, they're just so dumb. They're just debating about my avatar. No, you're an asshole because you took a picture of yourself and said you're on a fucking motorcycle, but you failed to show the fucking motorcycle. Dumbass.
Substance to you. Who in the hell wants to sit around with 4 other adults and talk about how some other person's avatar was taken. Just unbelievable amount of pettiness. And then the hypocrisy that pours out of these people. Unself-aware hypocrisy. At one point, and you'll hear, Rusty's, it's amazing to me why somebody would get mad at someone they've never even spoken to. He actually said that. Those words actually came out of his mouth. And we all know Isaac made 40 videos threatening me. Never spoke to him in my life. Wade Deaver made multiple videos threatening all this crap. Never spoke to the guy. Linda Zajac, 30-some videos. All kind of stuff. Going to do this. Going to turn me in. Going to call CPS. Going to report me. Never spoke to me. Ever in her life. And those words came out of Rusty's mouth while the other 4 of them were on the panel going, oh, yeah, right. Now, the other part is they're cowards. Now, the only one of them, I got to give credit where credit's due, right? The only one of them that's not just an absolute blatant coward is Isaac. Because at least he has the courage to put his face on what he has to say and back it with his name, right? Well, Rusty don't have that courage. His new cuck don't have that courage. And I'm certain that new cuck is a bisexual and
ain't that right?
He blows Rusty off from time to time. I'm almost certain of that. Not playing. I'm dead serious. I was around somebody like that for a long time. He acts just like the dude.
Yeah, he's
just like the dude.
With you,
agree with everything he says, like a girl that has a crush on someone.
All right. Pay very close attention to what he just said. Jimmy is telling on himself right there. So, during his illustrious lifetime, he had a relationship with a guy. Okay. And we're going to work it out, and I'm going to try to get that guy to come up here and talk about this. But basically, it was a relationship like what he just described. And this was around the time that he was playing games in the park and shit like that. So he just told on himself. He's known for projecting. And basically, he has engaged in sexual acts with other men and experimented in that way, or is really that way. I don't know. I can't go that far with it. I don't know what's going on in his fucking mind, but there is a relationship with a man that he had. And I'm going to do everything I can to bring that here to you. But I have to let the guy tell his story. So. You know how like if a girl has a crush on a guy or a guy has a crush on a girl and they'll just agree with everything they say with great enthusiasm? That's new cuck. And to listen to these adults just wildly speculate, pull shit out of far left field. And the sad part is that they believe it. They actually believe it. And they're very narrow-minded. Very narrow-minded. Who takes satire literally? Sarcasm and satire is...
He's
all right,
got
I'm
that
along.
meth head wiggle too. Have you noticed
there's too much
that?
of this shit to cover. I got to move up in it, but I want to cover some important points. More of his talking his fucking bullshit. But see here, it should be right about here
for 40 minutes. Laugh, have a good laugh.
He's got that meth
but
head
man,
fucking.
So
fucked up.
After I hear some of this stream from Anonymous Dude, shout out to Anonymous Dude for streaming that. And isn't it funny how now they're trying to dox him, dox his wife?
But a lot of times, man, these fucking meth addicts fuck their damn nervous system up. And you can always tell because they fidget around like that. Their eyes are always jumping. Their body fucking rocks back and forth. And it's because of methamphetamine. Years of methamphetamine has fucked their nervous system up. Now that I've mentioned that, watch how he moves around.
wife. You know, they just try to drag people's wives into it constantly.
Like, when you see and I ain't trying to be nasty or nothing, but when you see an old prostitute who has been strung the fuck out, and she's always like, when she's trying to talk to you, she's jumping around, she's fucking, you know what I mean, shifting back and forth. You can always tell.
While they sit over there acting like they got some higher moral plane. My wife don't even get on YouTube, and they constantly try to drag her into it. Constantly. And an anonymous dude, you know, he puts little subliminal messages in their head that they take literally. And then he sends them down these wild goose holes. And I'm going to be honest, I've done it to them. I've been doing it to them.
You know what
I've
I'm
had them
talking about,
slobbering
don't you,
about where I
You
live.
know.
Slobbering, literally slobbering about where I live. And I can still say it. I can look right into this camera.
Now watch this motherfucker. Watch him, watch his eyes dart around, watch what he does here, and listen to what he says. Pay very close attention to his body language and listen to what he says.
And tell you for absolute certain, totally serious, I do not live at the address that was doxed. I don't even live at the address where Isaac sent the pizza.
Yeah, he's
Now,
got it.
What he doesn't know, what Isaac, I've told you before, he's very narrow-minded. And so he can't think very like widely or broadly. He can't see the big picture. Small town, Isaac. The Domino's delivery guy knows me. You know, I'm a business owner in a town with a population of 400. They know what address the name's at. It's been in your face.
Fucking
All right, so if we were to take this at face value, right? We're to believe that the Domino's delivery driver knows.
Rusty, he does know where he lives at. He rents that asshole out too. Shit, all them fags know where this dude lives at.
Him personally, and that he was just at the store, you know, fucking doing the pizza thing, working there at the pizza store, and he sees an order for fucking Dick Nose here, looks at it and goes, oh man, he must have got started on them Percocets a little early tonight, because this is not where I would normally take it. Wow. He must be time traveling or something, or he must have, hey, look, I'm gonna go out on a fucking limb here. I know it says right here on the sticker where to take it.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna take it where I know where he must just be.
I'll try to see if I can find ways live with that.
It's Dick Nose Jimmy. We know him. Dick Nose Jimmy. We know the guy. I know exactly where this motherfucker's at. I can't believe, you know what? Out on a limb, I'm just going to take it to this address because I know that's where he would want it. He made the mistake. That's what he would like you to believe. Right? The pizza guy. Oh, he knew where to bring it. It's not what you think. No. Eyes darting around, look left, right, up, down, fucking anywhere but in the fucking camera and say it, right? That's rich, man. That's fucking rich, dude. That's the best you can come up with, huh? The pizza guy knew you. But I'm going to go on later on in this, and you're going to see where he contradicts that entire fucking thing. So, and if you watch that live, there was, he received a phone call just as the pizza guy was getting there, and he dumped the call. He didn't even answer it. He just saw it, didn't recognize it, dumped the call. That was the pizza guy calling. But Jimmy will have you believe that, that's, I don't live there. I don't know. I mean, it's not hard to fucking find. Everybody fucking knows. The retired sheriff of Nottingham over there, Isaac's got shit up on his page where you got fucking Candace's Jeep right there, parked, his fucking mailbox, all of it. It's right there. Jimmy, to this day, look right at his fucking camera and just deny it. Pulling tape measures out, and doing dumb shit, holding pieces of envelope in front of a fucking register, all of it. That's what he'll do. Because he lives in his fucking trailer and he's ashamed of it. The game we're playing with Mr. Integrity, Mr. Responsibility, and Mr. Maturity. That's the game we're playing. He hates people that are more successful than him. He resents my son because he's obviously more successful than him. And just tries, he's stupid. He's this and that. Okay, whatever. I mean, that's what it comes down to, man. You're the one lying about the shit. You have to lie. He's not a prisoner to that shit. He's not like you.
from day one, and you speculative morons have yet to figure it out. I'm going to repeat. I do not live at the address that you doxed, nor the address where you sent the pizza. Just don't. That's the truth.
That's how the pizza got there. Okay.
And I'm going to let you guys slobber till you figure it out. And you just keep on slobbering till you figure it out. Literally, there is literally an ordinance that you can't have a modular that isn't on a foundation.
I fucking told you, New Buck. We were now going to start adopting the word modular. You're going to start hearing the word modular come from over there on Pine Street quite a bit more. That's what we're going to start calling this. It's a modular. We're going to call it anything. It will be a modular. He'll try to dance around this. He'll try to speak in circles on it. Modular, 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 modular. I told you, New Buck, this is where we were going with this.
You can't even have it. And they're too stupid to know that. All of them. That many counties, you cannot. It has to be on a foundation. You simpletons. And I mean simpletons.
I think it's fucking weird how he's always just shaking his head up and down like a goddamn chihuahua. Fragile as fuck. You're just sitting there shivering, dude. Just up and down. Just all right, we'll move ahead a little bit in this. I want you to hear where he contradicts himself about his whole wild ass pizza delivery theory there. Or his version of it, I should say.
It's 1999. She's only owned that house for 4 years. It's changed hands 4 times. So now what do you know? You don't know anything more than you knew before, do you? You poor, pathetic losers. All 6 of you. You're my puppets. I own you. I control you. I'm in your head every day.
No?
Hey, what do you want me to
I'm
do?
still waiting for a response to that furnace video.
I'm waiting for him to be thankful for that fucking pizza he received.
Hey, did he get the bougie shit? Did he get the bougie shit? He got the good shit, right?
He got the good shit, the large Brooklyn style pepperoni pizza, bro.
Oh man, you do.
There has never been a good pizza come from a Domino's.
But you just said that the fucking pizza delivery guy from motherfucking Domino's knows you by name.
Yeah, no, it was in his fucking bankruptcy. Now imagine that. You're filing bankruptcy on a fucking small pepperoni pizza from Domino's. That's pretty foretelling for somebody with all kinds of money.
Knows you so well that he knows that you tend to abuse your medication and get a little loopy. So he knows
brags about getting off the Snap-on truck. Look, when you work at a shop, Snap-on will fucking finance you all day. You have to be very, very careful because you will end up owing fucking Snap-on $40,000, $50,000, $60,000. And I want to say that he never paid for none of that shit.
Right where to take the fucking pizza whenever you do that. Like they got it hanging up on the wall over there at Domino's. Hey, Jimmy gets a little fucking strung out on them beans, man. If he gives you anything but this address, just take it to that address. That was your story. That was your explanation for this. And you just said, despite you having such a relationship with the pizza delivery guy, the Domino's just sucks and nothing good's ever come from there. But the delivery driver knows you personally.
Yeah. I didn't even catch that.
Not ever.
Time, Rusty.
What in God's name? Well, I got it back. I guess when you're broke and you live with your mom, you got to settle. So he's probably never had a real pizza. The Brooklyn Domino's is the shit.
All right, pimp.
You see what I mean? How you're going to come away feeling somewhat sorry for these people?
Yeah. So, I mean, that doesn't make a whole lot of fucking sense, man. You know, on one hand, the delivery guy knows you and he knew where to, he knew you were just loopy and high or whatever. It was a mistake. He had your back. And then
what up, Billy?
Domino's isn't very good. You know, never anything good's ever come from there. But you seem to, if the first part of your lie holds up, you have to order from there an awful lot for that guy to know that much about you, I would assume. would be logical to me. But again, you have no problem just contradicting yourself, man. I've often said you are a walking fucking contradiction. We'll skip ahead here.
Spoken to people you don't know anything about. You just wildly speculate, slander. What's your end game? You hoping you're going to get backstage and get, an upchurch gangbang?
He was saying some nasty shit about you, Jamie. I'm gonna just walk this back just a hair. I want to make sure, just in case, I want you to catch it in its entirety.
What kind of welder you got, Mr. Weldon Certificate? How does a low IQ, broke, don't own nothing, person like me, why do I have 4 welders and you don't have any?
Fuck, I got 3.
That?
What the fuck's
What's
your point?
You got any ideas, Rusty? Why I have 4 welders?
I have no idea why you need 4 welders.
I damn sure do. I got 3.
Don't really give.
I got a Lincoln that you fucking plug in. It's 220. I got a wire fed welder from fucking Harbor Freight. I mean, they're not hard to have. And I got a fucking damn gas powered Lincoln 300 amps out there in the front yard that I use as a generator. It's the only thing I use the motherfucker for.
Oh, fuck. Knowing, I mean, I generally just discount most shit you say anyway because of the horrible record that you have with lying. So who the fuck cares if you got 4 welders, 40 welders? I don't give a fuck, dude. Whatever. Put them all on camera. Bring them all out. Put them on camera. Do whatever. Sit on one. Take a fucking selfie. I don't give a shit. Do whatever you need to do, man.
Eismic don't have any. Why would that be?
Yeah, I think that's what I paid for that one from Harbor Freight.
If you wasn't real, what are they going to put?
Just because I can't weld.
That's kind of what we asked. Like, what is your end game? Actually,
wire welder is a hell of a lot easier to use.
Like, literally, what is your plan after all of this drama?
Why don't you give us a rundown, Jamie? What's your end game? Sitting on live panels, slandering people every night.
Jamie's not on panels every night, for one. Who has she ever slandered? So what, you take issue with her because she was nice enough to be a guest on my panel? So you just take it upon yourself to attack her? You don't know anything about that woman. She didn't say nothing about you, man. She didn't say anything about you at all. You don't like it because she's on my panel. So you're going to say nasty shit about her. What she had said was, and you twisted it completely out of context, is she said, she identified like going to the flea market in electronics. She's like, what is it, like Atari stuff from the 80s? She wasn't saying that Atari is audiophile or any of that shit. She just said, no, that's the kind of shit you can expect to buy at a fucking flea market is some outdated electronics like an Atari. But you can't recognize that. You're one person that'll say, oh, well, these people can't recognize Saturn. They're so stupid and their IQ is so low. No, you purposely twisted that around to say that and just to try to make her look bad, then give yourself an excuse to say shit about her. Nobody gives a fuck about the garbage at your fucking flea market booth, dumbass.
Does he even have
people you don't know, people you've never spoken to, people you don't know.
Well, if he had a flea market booth, that motherfucker would have posted 500 fucking videos from it.
Anything about.
Yeah,
you just wildly speculate, slander.
I appreciate
what's your end game?
Stopping in, brother.
You hoping you're going to get backstage and get, an upchurch gangbang or something? I mean, what's the goal here?
No, I think that's what your goal is, Jimmy.
I
mean, we already know that you're a closet queen. We could look at you, look at the way you dress, look at the way you act. You took a video in a fucking tanning bed the other day. You're over here threatening to expose yourself on YouTube the other day, talking about your fucking dick and everything else. You're a rather grotesque person, especially just fucking, somebody that's in their 60s and you lie about your age and all that shit. You're going to be 62 years old.
Smoke that motherfucker. He ain't snorting that shit. You got him confused. Rich.
Again, dude, we know that you have an obsession with Ryan Upchurch. Okay. And it's very, very unhealthy to the point where you're still just harping on shit that he had said months ago and done months ago. And you're still talking about the same old fucking thing over and over and over again. And meanwhile, that guy had 2.8 million subscribers at that time. He's now over 3 million. It's like 3.08 now. He's releasing music. It's doing well. You try to discount how well it's doing. You try to compare him 1-to-1 with Tom McDonald as if he's doing the same thing that Tom McDonald is doing. And while he's not, He's not doing one-to-one things with Tom McDonald, and you try to compare the two like it's the same thing and they're in some kind of a race. They're not. They have completely different audiences. There is some crossover paths, but it's completely different audiences. One person has a genre that's based in country music. Okay, his raps, his country music proper, and we've seen a little bit of the pop stuff that he may want to get into, because he just said, "Hey, listen, I'm growing as an artist. I'm moving as an artist." Tom McDonald primarily talks about politics and all the issues that normal sane people are upset about. That is why Tom McDonald has an audience and a fan base it's bigger than Ryan's. You know, he's at like 3.5, almost 4 million. It's bigger than Ryan's, but they're not competing on the same level. Like I said, there is some crossover, but it's not one-to-one. It's not like they're going back and forth dissing each other. But you want to make that comparison because you want to make some kind of a negative remark about Ryan. You're obsessed with the dude. I honestly think the things you just said about Jamie, you want to happen to you.
That's definitely.
What's the goal? I mean, what would compel you to sit on a panel night after night, speculating slander about people you've never in your fucking life even.
Hey, this fucker, I've been to all Up Church's concert. You can't show one fucking picture. You have no fucking proof that you've ever been to a Up Church concert.
Spoken to. You realize it makes you look small, ignorant, and stupid. And your comment today, when Rusty Truck thought going to Best Buys means you're a well, yeah, that word gets thrown around so much that, yeah, he's probably that too. But audiophile, because you go to Best Buys, that makes you an audiophile. What in God's name would Atari have to do with vintage audio? You simpleton.
I just explained it to you, dumbass. An Atari is some outdated electronics, which a good example of that would be an Atari, is the kind of shit that you find at a fucking flea market. Not high-end audiophile grade receivers that fucking nobody has, that you have to go pull, listings from eBay up and try to pretend like they're yours. No, you're going to find the fucking Atari, dude. The guy with the $15,000 receiver, he didn't say, hey, come pick it up at the flea market booth. No, he has a presentation for the product he's selling. You just got shit stacked on top of one another over there. And, you get all mad at me about fucking pointing out the truth about shit. I went and looked at your Shonk Shop shit. You got 4 videos on this massively fucking wildly successful business of yours that you're somehow simultaneously running and retired from. And you have 4 fucking videos, dude. 3 of which are dedicated to you not getting sued over a 2015 Tahoe that you decided to change one lifter in and reuse the fucking hardware on to put the heads back on it. All right. And yet you're mad at me for pointing that shit out. That's just the truth of it, dude. Every bit of your life is a fucking shit show, dude. Flea market, your fucking flopped ass garage, because you ain't doing nothing out of there. We can see it. You ain't got a business license. How are you retired and running a business? Just tell me. Tell me how you're doing that. How are you retired and running a business? Which one is it? Can you pick one? No, of course not, right? Because the business is in the magical LLC shit, right? That we don't, nobody can see or find. It's public record. I should be able to find a DBA or an LLC on that shop of yours, and it is not listed in Crooksville. So tell me how the fuck you're doing that, Mr. On the Up and Up.
This is why you don't open your mouth about things you know nothing about. You end up sounding like a fool. For those of you that missed it, Rusty's like, to my detriment, I'm an audiophile. I'm an audiophile myself. He showed me his little consumer grade projector. You can go to Best Buy for $3.99.
Yeah, I have a consumer grade projector. You won't be able to buy it for $3.99. Like I said, I could make plenty more videos if I was really a one-upper and all that shit and just really flex on you and show you all the cool shit and how it looks. And I got more than one, as a matter of fact. I got more than one. Because I'm an enthusiast, right? I have more than one projector set up. Yeah, because I'm an enthusiast, Jimmy. It's a hobby for me. I have fun with it. Now, I'm not stupid enough to take a venue projector and try to shove it into a room in my home, which is much larger than a fucking double wide trailer that you're renting out to the sheriff of Nottingham. By the way, I'm just saying, I would never try to do that because I am more intelligent than that. I would look at something and say, hey man, could I use this in the space that I have? Instead of trying to shoehorn the motherfucker in there, would I take into consideration, what kind of projection distance do I need to get this size image? I would, there's calculators to help you out.
Well,
you can figure it out. It's not fucking rocket science.
Because he got a deal on it at the fucking flea market. It's not because that's the one that he actually wanted.
Science. But hey, I try to do it the right way. Just because I didn't go get a projector that's made for a fucking venue and stick it in my home doesn't mean that it's best. I didn't buy it at Best Buy either, by the way. I don't know if you can buy that at Best Buy. I mean, it's not a boutique projector, it's I had a couple different ones, but it's a BenQ. So I've got some Optimas and shit. So, I mean, you can get, I don't know if you can buy them at Best Buy. I didn't buy it at Best Buy, but it's not a Sony G90 from the 1990s. It is not. You're absolutely correct.
God, wouldn't know high end if it hit you inside your head. And Jamie pipes up, me too, meaning she's an audiophile too. Exactly what she said. And then Rusty says, well, I don't go to the flea market for high end audio. Rusty, if someone has a tube Sansui receiver that has German Class A wound transformers in it, and some of the best vacuum tubes in the world, would it matter where it was at being sold? Or would it just matter what it is? Do you realize how retarded that sounded? Dude, there's brand spanking new shit at flea markets. Tons of brand new tools. Milwaukee, Ingersoll Rand, Snap-on, Mac, Cornwell.
Hey, Jimmy, what kind of warranty do you get with shit at the flea market? I'm just kind of curious. If you're going to go spend money on, power tools, shit like that, and something goes wrong with it, would you want the comfort of a warranty that you would get from, buying it through an authorized dealer? Like I have quite a few Milwaukee tools. Kids have actually made fun of me for buying some of the shit, but I would like to have the warranty that goes along with it because, good luck trying to take it back to fucking flea market, right? So, again, man, you're just dancing around the fucking truth of the matter. There's real audiophiles, people that are interested in actual, clean, clear sound, right? They don't go to the flea market to buy their equipment. It's just the truth of it, right? I have a pair of Adam Audio 88Xs, right? Studio monitors. These are some high-end studio monitors. Okay. Like a lot of professionals will do final mixes on these monitors. I have them on my desk, right? I got them. No problem. They're here. I use them. So I guess you're going to say that because I can't buy them at your flea market booth, they aren't any good. Is that the same logic you would apply? Can't buy them at a fucking Best Buy either. As a matter of fact, if you went to Guitar Center, I think you would actually have to special order them. Because they only carry so high a line on Adam Audio. Like they do have some lower line stuff that they carry in the store. But their higher end shit, you got to order it. So what's the difference in, what you have over there on the shelf? Do you think a studio engineer is going to go over to your flea market booth and go get some equipment to fucking set up his studio with and mix albums? No, he's not going to fucking do that because he's serious about what he's doing. He's serious about what he's doing. He doesn't give a flying fuck about your good deal and your interpretation of Class A and the way it sounds. I got news for you, dude. I kind of like Class A. I don't really have a bone to pick with it. I'm more of a planar guy. I like a planar sound, and planars really don't mix too well with tube technology. It really doesn't. Sometimes you get something that works, that works well together, but I'm more of a planar guy. I like, I have a bunch of planar headphones. The planar speakers that I showed you, the Magnapans, okay? Not Megapans, like you're going to call them later on, if I fucking get to it. Megapans, they're Magnapan. They're Magna planar. That's what I happen to like. And that doesn't mean that tubes are bad.
What
It just means that I don't
Playback.
like that particular flavor of distortion. I have a purpose-built setup on my desk here. It's very analytical. It is very transparent. It doesn't flavor the sound. It doesn't add anything to the sound, which what tubes will do in an amplifier. They will add to the sound. It is distortion. It may be pleasurable to listen to, but it is distortion. They don't mix on tube amplifiers. Okay. So I can get on a long drawn out thing about audio systems designed to do different things, but it's very clear you don't know the difference.
You just don't, you shouldn't comment about things you don't know anything about. So to get back on point, Jamie says, oh, me too. Like she's an audiophile. Because Rusty's, they all got to agree with each other in the circle jerk, right? She's the only one that ain't wearing a jock strap. And I am too. Count me in. I'm an audiophile too. And Rusty says, well, I don't go to the flea market for audio equipment. It's just junk. Jamie, what is it? Just like 80s Atari? God, if you only know how retarded that sounded. Just retarded.
Boy, he was offended by
Take
that.
my advice, girl. Don't speak on things you know nothing about. You will sound like an idiot if you try. And trust me, for anyone out there that knows even the entry level audio knows
Boy,
Atari
that
never
high
made
octave he
anything
gets when
audio.
He gets mad.
Miss Audiophile 2.
And then she's wait. What was her?
Can't believe these motherfuckers. I mean, I guess I can believe.
She asked for help first.
I skipped around some of it.
Live too. She like puts a. I will.
It ain't her. It ain't.
No father, not your fucking adopted father either.
He becomes pretty upset because this entire thing wasn't about him. So he just kind of skips around and tries to make it sound like, it's about him and all that shit. But you can go back and watch it. His live is 2 hours and 42 minutes and 2 seconds. Basically, covers the stuff. The panel, just like the laid back, chill panel we had. We're just hanging out with each other, kind of just bullshitting, enjoying each other's company. And he wanted to make it out
That's
like
the
everybody's
best
just
fucking
fucking talking
time.
about him. He's going to be talked about because, let's face it, it's kind of fun, isn't it? Kick this piece of shit around and make fun of him, how ridiculous he fucking is. So move on, and I'm gonna move into his next his other live because fuck man, there's a lot to cover. But let's see, stop sharing that.
Anybody know what kind of truck that is? Old Chevy? Is that old, like a 55 Chevy or old
Just a second.
Studebaker or something?
Work my way through this. And let's see where we got to be on that guy.
Old 55 Chevrolet.
Let's see, you got a note here for about about 18 minutes into this one. See where, I know what it is because he spends all this time talking shit about Ryan, but he makes some profound shit here. This is what he ends up saying. It's kind of fucking ridiculous. Let's see, we'll start it off here about 15 minutes. And it might help if I share it. Let me actually share the screen. We'll fuck this all up, man. All right, we'll go from here.
Blatant coward is Eismick. Because at least he has the courage to put his face.
Maybe I'll fuck that up
on what he has to say.
I think I did. I did fuck it up. I just shared that shit again, didn't I? Get back to. He's done so much of this shit. I have a hard time to keep up with it. There it is. Yeah, I was looking at the front. I should recognize this motherfucker. Okay, so I'm gonna move it to 15-minute mark. Okay, so the first thing he's talking about fucking the whole thing, Kylie Rodney shit. He's gonna ride Ryan about this shit. Really, same old fucking nonsense. First, let's see. So we'll start it off right about here because we've all seen this. We've all heard what he's got to say about it. Same fucking thing he said for months. And let's see what I got. And I'll try this again. Share the screen. And
Did you know that this was bullshit the whole time, Kurt? And you just sat there and sort of went along with it because it was Upchurch? Or were you dumb enough to actually believe this bullshit? Because I see you making these videos, talking, let's move on type of shit. You've never addressed this, dude. Everybody featured in that video, lives were disrupted. Every one of them. The 3 girls in the car, Callie, her grandfather, Kylie's grandfather, every single one of them were affected by this in real life. They were harassed, slandered, stalked, bothered. There was a news article written about it. In fact, 2 news articles written about it. None of you simpletons have yet to apologize or even address it.
Oh,
and there's only 2 things that it could be, Mr. Burkhart. You either believed it, which means you are a simpleton, or you knew it was horse shit and you sat there and let the guy torch his reputation right in front of you. You let your buddy drive drunk.
Talking about
I've said it before.
Picture,
It's exactly what you did. You let your buddy drive his career and his reputation drunk.
Kylie. It was that Kaylee girl.
That's why. That is precisely why, without any question, why Tom McDonald is just stomping a mud hole in his ass.
So, according to him, Tom McDonald is successful because Kurt Burkhart did not kick Ryan Upchurch off the internet during the Kylie Rodney case that was not solved until a later. Did I just hear that right? Is that what we can all gather from what he just said? Oh yeah, there is the puppy dick tongue. Stopped it right on a perfect spot, didn't I? So basically he blames Captain Kurt, let Ryan drive drunk. Nobody knew what the end result of that case was at the time. And here's the new narrative. Basically, everybody was misleading Ryan, right? Anybody that knows Ryan could probably tell you that the guy is not going to let anyone tell him what to do. He's worked very hard for what he has and to be as successful as he is, and he didn't get there by letting other people tell him what to do. So we might get to this part in this fucking thing where he actually volunteers. He tells Ryan, I'll be your manager for free. Just do what I say for 6 months and you'll be past Tom McDonald. I mean, he really fucking says that in this. It's absolutely fucking crazy. But let's see here. It's getting ready to come up on a rather interesting part by Jimmy here. And let it play. This fucking goofball.
There's no number 1 crack squad. That is a fantasy. An absolute fantasy. That is not real. It's a falsehood. You see Fox News calling Upchurch? You see Newsmax calling Upchurch? You see all these huge podcasts having Upchurch on? You hear any Upchurch songs on the radio?
Yeah, John knocked his eye out of fucking.
Do you hear any Tom McDonald songs on the radio? Tom McDonald is independent, and he actually he was very vocal about how his song he did with Adam Calhoun was basically being throttled and not getting play and not getting credit that it was due because he was independent. So you don't make any fucking sense, man. You want to compare him 1-to-1. You know why Ryan ain't on the fucking radio. Same reason Tom McDonald's not on the radio. He's not signed with a record label. And each of those people have very good reasons for not signing with a record label. But I don't want to get sidetracked in that.
Stop it. Stop with the number 1 in the country nonsense. Because that's what it is. It's nonsense. It's just a fantasy. It should be that way. It could be that way. He's talented enough for it to be that way. And it's a shame that it isn't that way. But there's 2 reasons why it isn't that way. You, Crack Squad, primary reason. Who wants to leave a comment in an Upchurch video if they got to risk being attacked and doxxed? That's a 50-50 shot.
All right, so here's the new narrative. People don't leave comments in Upchurch's video because they feared being attacked and doxxed. And so you're going to play the victim card now, right? You were handing out L's before. Now you're going to play the victim card, saying that you're being attacked and doxxed by Crack Squad. And you're likening that experience and saying, oh, well, that's just everybody. You are Upchurch's biggest fucking hater. And I mean, this shit that falls out of your face here is really, it tells me exactly, it actually gives me a sense of accomplishment and a sense of pride to know that you're actually asking Ryan Upchurch to get me off your neck is what you're doing in a roundabout way. And I've told you multiple times, I don't tag Ryan. I don't use Ryan's name. A lot of people that listen to his music do support me, and I support Ryan. But I'm in no way affiliated with Ryan. I don't speak for Ryan. Ryan doesn't speak for me. As I've publicly stated, I don't agree with him on everything in lockstep. But I'm going to let this fall out of your face. And I'm going to let these people hear this in case they missed it. And see how fucking outlandish this is. I think it's fucking hilarious because now you're desperate. You need somebody else. You need somebody else to stop me. See, you fucked with my family and you made a big mistake. And now you want Ryan to stop me. Let's let this play.
Because of Crack Squad. And Ryan's inability to have sense enough to know he needs to put a stop to these people. I think Ryan should haul Thomas Swartz, Rusty Truck, into court and sue him for damaging his brand. And I think he would win. Ryan would win. Ryan could bankrupt him. And I think you ought to do it, Ryan, and make an example out of him. Because you can fix this. First, you got to acknowledge that you fucked these people up.
You heard it. He thinks Ryan Upchurch should haul me in court.
Mike? How you doing, sir?
For damaging his brand.
Unc done took a long nap. We just
a guy
chilling.
with now let's keep score, right? You heard him say earlier. We all know I have like 420 something subscribers. I have a huge support from you guys. There's like 80 something people still in here to this point. We were up to like 96 when I checked at one point in time. But I'm the guy that maybe has 10 people that come over and listen to me. And I'm the one damaging Ryan's brand so badly that Ryan should sue me. But that's out of one side of his neck. At the other side of his neck, nobody watches me.
What's up?
I have nobody watching me, and
That's
it doesn't
what's
really
up,
fucking
Mike.
matter.
I'm glad to hear it, brother.
So which one is it? I have enough reach to damage someone like Ryan Upchurch, somebody with more than 3 million fucking subscribers, uberly successful, ungodly talented guy. I'm damaging him by retaliating against you for attacking my son. That's the story you're telling people. I take that as a hell of a compliment, Jimmy. I really do. Because like I said, you're now begging Ryan to get me off of you. You want Ryan to step in and get me off of you. Ryan can't get me off of you. I'm not beholden to Ryan. He could call me up tonight and say, hey, man, I think that old motherfucker's had enough. Just leave him be. And I'll explain to him, I can't do that. Why don't you just sue me, Jimmy? You send you take me to court, big mouth motherfucker. Why don't you do it? Don't ask somebody else to do it. Why don't you do it? You got a problem with me? You think I'm doing something to you? You ain't got coming to you? You take me to court. You sissy bitch motherfucker. You do it. Don't ask Ryan to do it for you. Why don't you do it?
And there were 4 other women, besides what you had in this video. There were 4 other women and 2 dudes that got it even worse. Some of them are still being bothered today as we speak. There's still people believing this fairy tale you told, Ryan, about real people. See, it'd be one thing if you were just some stupid knucklehead on the internet running your pie hole. But that's not the case. Fans like me, liking videos, sharing videos, telling our friends, hitting the thumbs up, buying the merch, buying the music.
That motherfucker ain't
we
never
built
bought
a
a
3 million
damn
subscriber
thing.
platform and huge social
Not the
media
first
influence.
thing. He can't show
Without
you
a fan, you're
first
nothing,
fucking
dude.
receipt about buying Upchurch merch. He's never been to a concert. He's never bought a fucking thing. And you know what's really funny? It's for a long time, you couldn't really buy anything other than on pre-order shit or like fucking, you could download, right? But you couldn't buy merch. And he claimed to be to all these concerts. He ain't got the first fucking picture of being at one of Ryan's concerts. He's never been to one. But this type of shit he tries to tell you. He tried to micromanage the man. It's fucking weird, man.
Dude, you're just some knucklehead on YouTube.
So now this next bit of business, right? I don't know if I'll get into it in its entirety, but he says that basically, now we all heard this cocksucker run his motherfucking mouth 4 months about Ryan Upchurch and never really saying anything positive. But he would lead you to believe
bullshit
that he just told his buddy, his dirt bike riding buddy, that, hey, just go check out Ryan Upchurch and tell me what you think. Now, you know, he can't shut his mouth for 2 fucking minutes on here about the guy, right? And it's all about Crack Squad and this and that. He's the president of the fucking Ryan Upchurch Haters Club.
I'm just chilling.
And he wants you to believe that he just told his buddy, go check it out. And his buddy come back and said, oh man, that guy's fucking crazy. This is the story he wants you to believe. It'd be completely illogical knowing who you're dealing with.
Your fans did that, and you show this level of disrespect. Just take it all for granted and laugh at anybody that's put off by it. It's just so cavalier and just so fucking self-absorbed. And that is precisely why your career is stalling out. There ain't going to be no legacy. There's just going to be Crack Squad if you don't put a fucking stop to it. I'm being serious. I'm absolutely just embarrassed for you. That here's this guy. For a while, I thought Tom McDonald was a one-trick pony with, you know, just this political thing going on. But no, he's built an awesome fan base. That's what he's done. That's the key to his success, right? He's got an awesome fan base. His fan base ain't ugly and mean. And do you know why they're not? Because he isn't. You're the pace setter. You're the pace setter. So these punks want to be like you. That's why they do it. And it's costing you a shit ton of money. Don't you even fucking try to lie to me that it ain't. It doesn't take a high IQ to read analytics. Don't tell me you ain't seen a drastic reduction in revenue. You'd be fucking telling lies again. You can fix it. And I would say it's time. It's time. Haul Rusty's truck's ass into court. Sue him. Sue his ass for damaging your brand.
Again, that's fucking wild. That's wild, man. Sue me for damaging his brand. So I caught your little comment there, Fagburn. You tried to take it back. I'll go ahead and put it out there on Front Street for you. I'm damaging his brand. Every one of y'all out here harassing people and attacking them in the name of Ryan Upchurch. Where am I mentioning Ryan in this video, man? This is not on behalf of Ryan. I'm not doing anything. I'm responding to a man that attacked me. Oh, and I caught your little bullshit apology the other night, Johnny. I'm not interested in it. I see what you are, man. Look, you're just, I get it that this stuff is hard on you, man, and you ain't really built for it. I get it that you're on the verge of having a breakdown. But 12 Point offered you a hell of a deal, man. He offered you one hell of a deal. And I thought it was pretty nice of him. You know, if you're tapping out and you don't want him on your fucking neck, hey, go watch his video. Go take him up on it. You know, everybody left you alone before you went off the fucking rails, dude. And if you remember that night, I asked you, Johnny, I said, you sure this is what you want? And you fucking didn't even take the time to think about it. And now you're on here crying, talking about, oh, well, it's affecting my life, y'all. Affecting my life. Affect my happiness, y'all. But you did this to yourself, man. You did it to yourself. You know, ain't nobody attacking you on fucking Ryan's behalf. Ryan destroys you, dude. Ryan built you and destroyed you all at the same fucking time. Nobody would know who the fuck he wasn't for him. Being as talented he is in his fucking spare time, making those fucking songs about you. You should be thanking that man every day for giving you some sense of purpose on this fucking planet. At least you're here for us to laugh at. Because you sure the fuck ain't supporting your family. You should the fuck around helping your wife. You sure aren't doing anything good. Now you got your health all fucked up and got everything else going on. You made yourself a complete fucking whack job shit show. You should be thanking Ryan for giving you some sense of purpose. It may not be the greatest purpose in the world, but it's some sense of purpose. So, man, you know, hey, be mad at him all you want. All the shit you've said about him and done and everything. Did you damage Ryan's brand? You put your comment up there. Right? You put your fucking comment up there, dude. What have you done to his brand? What's all the lies and shit that you said about him? Again, I don't want to make this about Ryan. You guys make it about Ryan. It has nothing to do with Ryan Upchurch. This is something personal between me and old Jimmy Shonk there. And it's real fucking personal. Now, if you want it to become real personal with me and you, Johnny, it can. Hey, we live real close to each other. And I got some roots real close to you don't even know about.
Oh, shit.
So, hey, man, listen, it's all good. You want to tap out, but do it the right way. Don't play both sides of the fence. If you want off the fucking field, get off the field, dude.
Yeah.
I get it. I'm not going to respect you no matter what. But it is what it is. I think you're soft. I think you're a weak ass motherfucker. And I think you ain't no better than this piece of shit that I started talking about tonight. That's what you are, man. But hey, if you want out, get out. I don't care about your apology. Keep it. Go watch 12 Points video. Do what he said and get everybody off your neck and then just shut the fuck up. All right, back to Jimmy.
Drag Carl Martin's ass in right behind him. And then drag Wade Deaver's ass in right behind him.
All right, so what did Carl do to him? What did Carl do to Ryan's brand? How did he hurt? No, look at the commonality here, right? Carl went after Jimmy. Went after Jimmy hard. Caused Jimmy quite a bit of stress and distress in his life. Now, what's his response? Haul him into court for damaging your brand. No, he's begging Ryan to get people off of him. He's begging Ryan for mercy. He thinks that Ryan can control me. He's sadly mistaken. This has nothing to do with Ryan. This is personal between me and you. I don't give a fuck, dude. I told you I'm willing to take this wherever it needs to go. So, again, I just pointed out to you, he's begging Ryan to step in and help him in that form. He can't do it directly, but that's what he's asking for. Why Carl? What the fuck? Carl came and went. Nobody cares. He's not talking about Upchurch. He's not doing this. He's not even in the shit. He's trying to do other things. But he hurts your fucking feelings, Jimmy, and you're asking Ryan to sue him as well. Wade did the same thing to you. Hurt your fucking feelings. Oh, Ryan should sue him too. You're begging for mercy. No such luck.
And then drag Eismick's ass right in behind him. Now, you won't get any money out of any of them. You might get $500 out of Rusty Truck. I'm sure the bank owns everything else. You know, somebody that judges life by how much something costs.
Okay, because I'm willing to buy things that I consider quality. The bank owns everything else. Okay. I got you, man. I hear you. I hear what you're saying. You don't own a fucking thing. You're so jacked up. You cannot own a thing out of fear of people taking it away from you because you owe people money. So quite the hypocrite you are.
Place. That's pretty
speculate about me.
Hell,
and I ain't even told you what I did. I let you just run wild with all your
bullshit
on it. I didn't even told you how. I just let you run wildly and say that I push boxes and I'm unemployed and I'm all this other shit. Never even bothered to tell you. We'll just save it for a future episode. I can tell you this much though, dude. I can literally sit at my home at this desk and make a living. Never have to leave my house. That's a skill that I possess. I don't have to be in my 60s out there lumping it and working on people's, neighbors' pieces of shit cars or whatever the fuck it is you're doing. I won't have to do that, Jimmy, because I have an actual marketable skill set that pays me very well. And I don't have to go and put myself through those things that you do. Right now, you're retired. Somehow you're fucking retired and running multiple successful businesses. Again, I think you need to pick one or come out of the fucking clouds, dude. Come back down to reality.
You need to. Hey.
So
that'll work. No one.
Along with age comes a little wisdom.
I'm gonna put some size
everything
on.
you think you know at 30.
Get it out in the sun, you know what I mean?
Times it by 2.
Did you eat dinner?
Just that simple. Okay. But someone that's been alive twice as long, it's
hey,
any
profession. Shooter, how you doing?
Plumber, welder, mechanic. I don't care. You name the profession. The difference between somebody
no
that's
doubt,
really good,
Gina, no doubt,
and somebody that's just starting out.
And this motherfucker thought everybody was so stupid is the thing. His son was down there cashing his fucking checks at the check cashing place. Now, I don't know how many of y'all have had to use them, And quite frankly, back in me and my wife's beginning of our marriage, she used to use that check cashing place. It doesn't work that way. And this motherfucker went around and hit every one of those check cashing places. And it, you know, for $500, I think it cost her $25 or something like that. And you had to pay back $525 or something. And it wasn't that bad of a deal. It was better than the shop. But thank God she's out of all that shit. That was so, yeah, it's hard to get out of. I actually had to pay her out of it a couple times. And finally I was like, do not fuck with that shit anymore. But she hated to ask me for money. And I was like, fuck, I'd rather you ask me than do that shit.
Is the person that's really good? It isn't because they've had a bunch of training, or it isn't because they get tickets. It's because they've already messed up every way you can mess up, and now they know what not to do. So that's why they call it wisdom.
So basically, you just admitted that you fucked up and made all these mistakes, and it took you this long to get to this point where you're still making mistakes. And remember that hurtful shit that you were crying about that your dad said to you, where you thought you were going to be worthless and you would never amount to much? Well, he saw that too, Jimmy, and he was right, because if it took you this long to gain this much quote unquote wisdom.
Rusty, his dad was hurt when he walked in there and caught him sucking Mark off. That's really what that was about. It upset his daddy something fierce.
And still be this.
He's your goddamn cousin, boy. Get off of him. Take that pecker out of your mouth.
Fucking dumb. You must have been one fucking hell of an idiot in your younger days.
And my wisdom tells me if you don't get out in front of Crack Squad, your legacy is going to die a slow death. And you're going to be a laughingstock because of just a handful of crackheads. Just a handful. Just a handful of crackheads. Just killing. Why would you let these crackheads control your legacy and your reputation like this? Why would you do it? It's just mind-blowing to me. Why would you even want fans like that? They're still bothering these people, Ryan. They're still.
Tell me he don't know nothing about Upchurch, right? If you've been following Ryan for a while, that shit's been happening the whole fucking time.
Bothering them. Still today. These people's lives were physically, that little girl, Callie, had a hell of a time with this.
Who's the one person that keeps mentioning Callie Ross? Who's the one person that can't shut the fuck up about her? Jimmy. Jimmy can't shut the fuck up about her. Why? Because he needs her as a platform to virtue signal on. See, if that girl really had such a hard time with all this, right? And I'm not saying she did or didn't. I'm saying that if, you know, she was terrorized or whatever, you would think that this guy would have enough sense to stop fucking mentioning her. But no, he knows no boundary. Nobody's talking about that girl except for him.
Hey, you know what I find fucking funny is, like, you only seen Exanime with PBR one time that I can recall. She's never been back. And she begged for fucking PBR to quit talking about her.
Cartel was the first ones to put that information out about her with the whole fucking badly redacted picture and all that shit, and tried to say that it was Kylie Rodney. But again, he puts that on Upchurch and puts that on everybody else. But the point of all that is,
was it really American?
If he's really so concerned about her, why is he still talking about her? Why is he still dragging her into this? You know why? Because his piece of shit ass doesn't care about anything except for what he wants. And that's for this fucking shitty ass YouTube channel to actually do something. And so he can get on here and talk his shit. Where he can get back to thinking where he had these big, great, you know, ideas of grandeur where he was going to be some big YouTuber. That's why. That's the only reason why he still mentions it. And to the point, I'll bring it up again ad nauseum.
Well, he got
Zanime had to tell him to shut
Hooter. He got mentioned as, I see your butthole lips.
The fuck up, because he wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. She was over it and moving on. He kept just dragging her fucking back into it, dragging her back into it. That's what he done. So again, he doesn't give a fuck about these people. He just wants to pretend like he does so he can have something to talk about.
What'd she do to you?
Did she go out there a couple times?
It's amazing to me.
I know in one of them videos,
you don't get it.
One of those lies, she was like, yeah, I wish he would just stop.
I'll be your manager for free. You do everything I tell you to do for 6 months, you'll probably get your career back on track. Your income will come back up and people will start to respect you again.
Did you fucking hear that? Hold on. I'm going to play it again.
These people's lives were physically, that little girl, Callie, had a hell of a time with this. What'd she do to you? It's amazing to me that you don't get it. I'll be your manager for free. You do everything I tell you to do for 6 months, you'll probably get your career back on track. Your income will come back up and people will start to respect you again. I'm being serious. But as long as you're going to...
He's being serious. So let me get this straight. Jimmy Jam here. The guy who has mismanaged his life to the point where he needs to hide in his garage and do work for cash because he can't hold a job. He's mismanaged all of his money. He's if he did not have his wife with their modular home, he would be homeless. He's made all these bad decisions. He's got fucking a criminal record, that's impressively long for somebody that's such a fucking upstanding citizen. All kinds of judgments and liens, bankruptcy, fucking, the overstated shit about the child support they never paid, domestic violence, all the bullshit, right? This guy's made all the fucking bad decisions, mistakes, all of them. He has offered to be Ryan Upchurch's manager for free. He won't charge him anything. And with that impressive resume that he carries with him, that is his background check, right? That he is so upset that people have downloaded and read and talked about online. His resume, which is who he is, his track record, his wisdom, who's got him into all that shit. He wants to apply that to Ryan and Ryan's business and Ryan's career. That's what he wants. That's his idea. He'll do it for fucking free. And then your revenue and people start to respect you again. Jimmy, why don't you offer that to anyone else? Why don't you take that impressive ass resume of yours? All right. Take your background check, take your business cards that are in the fucking picture frame. Take the, all the paperwork you showed us, show the foster care unit you got in the fucking, in the closet over there in the double wide. Take all that shit, dude. Take it and present it to Ryan. Take it and present it to Adam Calhoun. Take it to anyone. They would be glad to have you. Show them everything that you've accomplished in your motherfucking life, dude. Sell your services. Show them that marketable fucking skill you have. Say, hey, look, here's my track record. By the way, don't run my credit. This is what I offer you. I'll get your fucking career back on track, man. I'll bring it back on track for you. How fucking delusional do you have to be to even let that fall out of your face in front of any kind of an audience? It'd be embarrassing enough to say it in fucking a room full of people if you were drunk. But you are, I'm serious. I'll offer it for free. I'll
play back. I don't.
Really? How come you didn't offer that service to yourself? How come you're on here looking like a broken down sack of shit that they're putting makeup on, getting in tanning booths, wearing affliction shirts, bedazzled jeans, looking like a shaved fucking racing gerbil?
Shaved racing gerbil.
Telling people how fucking cool you are and all the shit you have and all your flea market
Not the shaved racing gerbil.
How come you didn't apply that to any of what you got going on? What happened, man? All this wisdom you got, you could have took that. Somebody should have took you up on this fucking awesome offer. Somebody could have took you up on it. Said, hey, dude, I love what you've done with your life. Stop by your double wide modular palace. I love what you've done with this place. Oh, you don't live here? Okay. It's nice anyway. How come no one else wants to do that, man? You're a fucking moron. You're just fucking delusional. But it's fun for everybody, so we'll continue.
Let this crack squad out here running around, trashing on your reputation every day. Forget it. You're not going anywhere, buddy. You already peaked. It's over. You're heading down. All because of a handful of dickheads. Just, it is what it is. My advice to you is take 10 minutes and listen to your real fans. Get away from the dirtbags. Don't listen to the attaboys and the thumbs ups and all that. And the, please show me your Peter and all that.
Jesus Christ. I didn't see that button on YouTube.
What's up, Petey?
When someone says something positive about, your music, love it, Ryan, you're killing it. Hey, ignore that like button. Ignore that motherfucker. Don't pay attention to that. People actually like what you're doing. The hidden YouTube button, the show me your Peter button. I don't know what the fuck that's about. This guy is way past weird with this shit.
Oh, shit.
There's too many gay inferences here to just breeze over on this one, man. Too many gay. There's always fucking something with the dick and the gang banging and all that. Something with this dude. This guy. You worry about other people's dicks too much, Jimmy. You worrying about other men's dicks too much.
Well,
and
he
it's
knows
fucking
how
weird,
his
you
got
old homo.
Rusty. He's just trying to make sure other men's
start reading the comments that matter and get plugged into your audience the way Tom McDonald is plugged into his audience. Because right now you're so far separated from the people that put you where you are today. You are so far separated from them. It's unbelievable.
Here this guy is without a fucking single piece of Ryan Upchurch merchandise. Not a single fucking ticket stub, any concert, nothing. You won't find his signature on the Lambo. Nothing. All he's done is sit on YouTube and run his fucking dick licker about Ryan. Tells Ryan to ignore all those people. Ignore the people supporting you right now. Ignore that. Only pay attention to the people that matter. And the only people that matter are the people that Dick knows here says that matter. The guy's still growing, still selling albums, hit #1 on iTunes charts as an independent artist, even for a short period of time, is very, very impressive. His new album is so good. And I'm one of these people, I'm really kind of finicky with like certain songs. It takes me a little while to warm up to them. I can listen to that album from beginning to end, and I've done so like 10 times now. I absolutely love it. I'm going to end up wearing it out. But the thing about it is, man, Ryan is getting better and better. And according to you, he's fucking peaked and on his way down. Why is he still gaining subscribers? Why is he still releasing music? You haven't even heard some of the shit this guy's done. You don't talk about that.
An audio file to a fault, spending his whole time on YouTube. Well, you got to understand, Rusty Truck's idea of audio file is a home theater receiver. Home theater receiver is not audio file, Rusty. Audio file is a amplifier with tubes in it, feeding a raw source to paper cone speakers. Anything other than that is not audio. A home theater receiver isn't meant to have audio quality.
All right, so it's a pretty interesting definition there. A raw source. Right. So a raw source into a tube amplifier. So we take the raw, which we can interpret as a clean source. We feed it to an amplifier that colors the sound. Understand that you could protect your stereo equipment with
the guitar or the drumsticks before they hit the drum head. You can hear the guitar pick make contact with the string. You can hear the finger make contact with the fret.
Wow.
I mean, you can feel the vocalist's breath on the back of your neck. And the instruments appear to be floating in the middle of the air. It will literally give you goosebumps from your toes to the back of your neck first time you hear one.
Oh my
It's mind-blowing. It is a whole different experience. You can't get it from anything you would buy at Best Buy. You can't. It doesn't have the ability to reproduce all the sounds that are there.
Hey, have you heard of Martin Logan speakers before?
Oh, well, yeah. I've got
back in the day,
I think 5 sets down there in the booth.
Okay. Jimmy's got 4 or 5 sets of Martin Logan speakers down at the booth. And they make a wide array of different types of speakers, but some of the ones that Anonymous Dude's talking about here are going to be some electrostatic. And he completely misses the whole explanation of how they work, but they're very similar to Magnar Planar in technology, but they have a different sound. But yeah, what he's talking about. But do you listen to Jim? Oh yeah, I got 4 or 5 sets. Oh yeah. He'll also tell you he's got mega pans, not Magnapan, mega pans. He's got them down the booth too. I mean, this dude, he just says all this stupid fucking shit. He has no idea what he's talking about. It's the same guy called Macintosh McLosh and all this shit. Again, just another section of his life he's full of shit on. But
hey,
this is kind
Jack
of
Rabbit, did you see it? I wish I had it that fucking live PBR and AD was up there, and PBR's AD's like, dude, nobody cares what happened 20 years ago. PBR's like, well, you sure seem to. Oh shit.
Martin Luther.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, those were like.
Yeah, I just got real nice mega pans. Check those out.
Yeah, so I went to this
real nice mega pans. Check those out.
High-end, not like a Best Buy, but like a high-end audio store back in the day, and they had those Martin Logans, and they just stood like probably 8 feet tall, and they were like 20 grand a piece.
Oh yeah, not those. I don't have those. I've got more like 3 feet. I don't have this big massive 20,000. They're 20 grand. The ones you're talking about. They're 20,000.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he becomes an expert. They were described.
Solid marble speakers. I went to an audiophile convention in downtown Chicago, and they had like all the vendors. They rented out the entire floor of a hotel.
I have mega pans. They're non-stick and 14 inches. They even come with a lid. No shit.
All the vendors were in different rooms, and I went into this room where they were modeling acoustic research.
Everybody gives a fuck.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, that is an SSL. And that's an SSL. It's
Nate,
one of the early.
I ain't seen him around in a
Hey,
minute.
everything, hear and talk about his setup. Pretty big setup. No tuning, no prep, no time.
And putting the purlins in, not knowing how far apart they go or something. And he'd go, well, he'd go to a contractor and say, hey man, can you help me out? I don't know anything about this. First time I've ever done it, man, and I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, someone will help you when you say that, right? But Rusty'd be like, well, I built two.
She dips out. So, we talk.
Hear that dude talking about fucking speakers and shit. What's up, MOL? How you doing, sir? We just fucking cruising, looking at oldies but goodies. Cruising through here. Let's see.
Again, a dude that acts like you, had to get it from somewhere, right? There has to be some behaviors that were learned from someone somewhere. And I think you're churching this shit up quite a bit, because I think it's clear to anybody with a fucking IQ above 60 to see that you're pretty fucked up, and your behaviors are not anywhere near normal, not even close.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get me some more coffee.
So taking a look at that, I would have to think that, your dad's breaking plates, and this is as far as you're willing to share. I mean, you're a known fucking liar, but I'm getting the picture now and see what's going on with you, kind of see where some of this shit was learned from. And then we kind of learn, why you act the way you do. But, your parents never argued in front of you. I got you. Again, I don't know why anybody in the right fucking mind would be asking you for parenting advice.
And for some reason, that always stuck with me more so than any argument I ever heard or anything like that. But I don't think enough emphasis. Certainly, there are enough people out there that are now adults that experienced verbal abuse, that sort of thing growing up. And you would think that there would be more emphasis put on what's expected of parents. It's just like everybody just each his own, figure it out sort of thing. And too many people get it wrong, especially single.
And you being one of them for sure, right? So you were on here, just we'll rehash a little history with you. You were on here and felt the need to, what I feel is virtue signal the death of someone that you called a child, either stepchild or, whatever foster scheme you got going on over there. Which I'll go ahead and elaborate on that as well, right? That's your grandson that lives with you. So you didn't adopt him, you foster him. So I'm going to assume that's because there's some monetary benefits to fostering instead of adoption, and again, that would be a trickle down failure on your part, right? Because that's your grandson. Your son's clearly fucked up, clearly in no shape to be caring for a child that he brought onto this earth. Again, why the fuck are we asking you for parenting advice? But let's continue.
Parents, the amount of single parents that we have today, with the worst thing you can do, absolute worst thing you can do, is use children as a pawn during a divorce or during a separation, or as a weapon of spite. And man, is that done a lot. My first ex-wife didn't do it much. She did a little bit, but the second one, as many of you know, never did stop. Still do it today.
All right. So you're going to get ready to hear his second ex-wife. And you're going to hear him contradict himself as part of this clip that I'm going to roll in here. This is his second ex-wife coming on to Wade's Live with us a couple months ago. And this conversation really made an impression on me as to you're going to hear the pain in her voice. She has cancer and she has some breathing problems. And I'm going to let this play, and I just want you guys to be able to hear it. And I want you to be able to assess for yourself if you think this guy should be giving any parenting advice after you hear what this woman has to say.
It's 25 years later, and he's an adult. She's still and that, for little kids, it's tough. For grown-up kids, it's bad enough. For little kids, because they will find a way to blame themselves. And so I know a lot of you guys got kids out there, and that's the worst thing in the world you can do. I don't care how much you despise your ex. Could be the worst person in the world. You have got to keep that to yourself. You've got to allow that child to build their own opinion. Because if you don't, when they get older, they're going to resent you.
All right. Keep in mind what he just said. Let them build their own opinion. They're going to resent you. Now, let's see how well this fucker practices what he preaches.
Oh, that face is fucked up.
I just wanted to say to all of you, keep doing the good work you're doing.
Shout out, damn you.
I've gotten blowback for showing up elsewhere. But the one person I care about most is my son. And just let you all know, yes, the piece of shit went to work on him. It still didn't destroy what we have. He doesn't want anything to do with it. He got long, disgusting messages, apparently, about me. And I have my own health issues.
Well, I wanted to ask, Damn Yankee. I wanted to ask, was it you that was getting pushback, or was it your son from somebody?
Well, it was my son just getting fed just a boatload of lies. As far as me, I can take it. Because as much as someone likes to flatter themselves that I never got over it, I got over it. I moved out. I got great jobs. Always.
Miss Gina,
sorry,
when I listen to Damn Yankees Live with Power Stroke and Rusty and them, and she was talking about the way that this piece of shit used to treat her, pushing her and all that shit. That was fucked up, but I already kind of knew it, right? And getting mad at her because she wouldn't liquidate her property for his benefit. I mean, we've all seen dudes it's that way, but that's just disgusting, man. To try to, and then like she went co-signed for this motherfucker a boat and shit. He never paid for it. He took the fucking boat. Just dumb shit, right? But he's Mr. fucking perfect. Just ask him.
Yes, sir.
I've never let somebody, I have never in my life let somebody fucking co-sign for me and then not pay the shit. Never. I've had one co-signer in my life. Matter of fact, there was this old man who's like, hey boy, this property's for sale next door to me. I'll co-sign for you. And I wouldn't let him do it. And trust me, we could have used the place at the time because it was a hell of a lot nicer than what we live in now. And I had the money to pay it, but I was like, no, I appreciate it. You know what I mean? Just the fear and being able not to fucking pay it and fucking his credit up. I couldn't take that that chance. You know what I mean? I just didn't want that on my conscience. But people like this, they'll take it and fucking do it in a second and fuck somebody up. They don't give a shit.
Did everything and continue to.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt, MOL. No fucking doubt.
Your
woman is the pride of your life. Your woman is the pride of your life. Now, it's one thing to joke around and cut up with her and stuff like that. Me and Amanda cut up all the time, but I've never, ever put my hands on her. Ever. And wouldn't. It's the mother of my children. Are you fucking crazy?
Yeah, guys. I mean, that's part of that conversation. That's as much as I'm going to share with that particular one here. But you can see why it made an impression on me.
Damn right.
I really have a genuine dislike for this individual, based on how he conducts his life and then just fucking does this shit to people, his own children, you know, but he's willing to sit here and to an audience and preach a bunch of shit that he's not willing to practice himself.
Curb stomp.
And that's recent. That's 2 months ago.
Oh, you could
2 months ago.
You could see that one video that they played over there on Jackrabbit shit last night. Where she's in, talking about the park shit.
That woman came and found us on a live and came on the live and talked to us. Again, his story is somebody sought her out, talked her into coming up, drug her up there and all this other shit and all the nasty shit that he said about her. She came and found us and wanted to let us know exactly what was going on. So you can see why I made a decision to stay on his fucking neck. I don't like this guy. He's a piece of shit. I mean, you can hear the pain in that woman's voice. She's having a hard time speaking about it, and she's worried about how her son is going to turn out. And all because he got exposed, all because she came and told her story on this platform, he's done nothing but lash out. He's lashed out at me. He's lashed out at her. He's lashed out at the kid. Nothing but nastiness, lying, slander, all the fucking shit that he says, oh, you should never do. He's guilty of doing that.
And it's funny. You know what's real funny about this shit? This dude thinks he's something fucking special, right? He had like, I don't know, fucking 500 subscribers. And I'm the one that shared his channel out and kind of got him the big push. And I wish I wouldn't have never did it. He made a video encouraging all of us to keep on going, right? He enjoyed me. He enjoyed Mike 12 Points videos. And this is just fucking great. It's inspired me to make a video. It wasn't 2 weeks later. He was on the hate train. It was weird, man.
Guilty of doing it. So again, I don't know what kind of a person can go over there and support this guy. You have to seriously be making some concessions with yourself to overlook these things and continue to support
end up
him, knowing what he
that one
does,
again later,
knowing
on.
who he is, knowing what he's capable of doing. He's a fucking despicable liar. He's a despicable piece of shit of a man.
Middle of it, but I damn sure
okay,
ended up playing
this
it.
is what he does. He's just a self-centered, egotistical piece of shit. The son, we're going to get into it. I'm going to play some stuff from the original interview that we did with her.
This dude has had a meth problem, a drug problem his whole life. And maybe he might be getting cleaned up now, but you can see it. Just like I was saying a while ago about it, the way that he moves and bounces around and shit. his nervous system has been attacked by methamphetamines or something of that nature.
Or to let the, from my son's channel, I want to play that stuff, and I want you guys to be reminded.
That's probably what
and to hear her story
was all about, all that shit.
About her telling the truth about him. And I can tell you, she went very, very lightly on him. And
watch. Let's just pause this just for a second. I'm just going to bounce over to this video where he's actually on camera. You can see it. Oh, shit.
He was a pedophile. I'm sure he did.
Only evidence he had.
Oh, well. All right. There you go. Right off the rip.
Power Strokes
say things. I show him saying it. So
that was it.
That Power Strokes daddy probably sat there and rubbed one with him. I'm sure he did.
Only evidence he had.
Oh, well. All right. There you go. Right off the rip. So he's pretty upset.
I mean, what you tell me, what's the difference in a piece of garbage like this running around calling people pedophiles that he knows nothing about?
Oh, I was listening
and joking about Power Strokes daddy being a pedophile. What's the difference? Maybe Power Strokes daddy was a pedophile. I mean, just saying.
Say I don't show any proof just shows that you.
All right. So yeah, that's kind of why I'm here to talk about that. Wow, man, I must have really upset. So,
bro, look, the dude's fucking. The doctor's in on it. The doctor's in on it. The doctor photoshopped my hospital records. That's what he said.
I genuinely.
We know what that.
I hate this dude, man. And it's not because of anything he's done
everything
to me or my son or anything like that. I do not. I mean, I can see what we see out here in the public, if you will. But what this motherfucker has done to people that would be family, exes, whatever, and then he sits here and preaches this bullshit. He's a despicable piece of garbage, is all I can tell you. I'm gonna let some more of this play.
There's so many things that you don't forget.
Well, of course, rabbit. It's always fuck that idiot.
One of the biggest things that it took to overcome was, being told many times you're worthless, you're not going to amount to nothing. That's something I don't think you should ever tell a child that they're stupid for any reason. And or openly expose their decision making when it's bad, like chastise in private. One of the hardest things was being afraid to bring a friend home because I feared that ridicule while my friend was there. I had it two ways, right? One was petrified I was going to hear my dad say something really stupid to me, a friend of my friends, or my older brother and his friends, and there's a huge difference between.
All right. So clearly you were a bit of a dipshit growing up, right? It was your biggest fear, bringing people around. So what your father probably saw, like many of us see, is that lack of forward thinking that you have, the chess brain, if you will, that's developed in your prefrontal cortex by about the time you turn 25 to 28. You didn't display any of the progression towards that. You probably been a dipshit your entire life, and your dad saw this coming and said, yeah, you know what? You're pretty fucking stupid, dude. You're probably not going to amount to anything because this is the way you act. And lo and behold, look at it. You married into a double wide you got to lie about. You're hiding from your debts in your past. You're hiding from child support. You're just an overall just piece of shit of a human being with no regard for anyone but themselves. You've been a selfish piece of shit this entire time, dude. And I'm just going to venture to say your dad probably saw that you were going to be a fuck up from a long ways ago. And your brothers overheard that conversation and probably just keyed in on it. And you're running around scared to death to bring anybody around because you don't want to get chastised. Oh, well, boo-hoo for you, fucker.
Say a 10-year-old and a 14-year-old Just, there's much difference between a 20-year-old and a 24-year-old, but there's a hell of a difference between a 10-year-old and a 14-year-old, right? A 14-year-old could crush a 10-year-old. So, man, that's another thing that I see too many times. My first wife's guilty as hell of it. And that is allowing one sibling to dominate the other.
You notice how he's real quick to place blame on the first wife and the second wife and all that shit, but you don't hear any of the shit that he's guilty of. You never hear him say, yeah, if I could have changed this, I would have done this differently or that differently. It's always somebody else. Just something I pick up on. He's so critical of everyone else, but never critical of himself. Gee, I wonder what that's about for a guy that's so fucked up with such a fucked up past that this guy's got, with all of his arrests, his disorderlies, his fucking domestic violences that were pled down to.
And he had to carry his motorcycle somewhere to have tires put on it. But he's so badass.
Disorderly. All these things, the people that had to chase him for money and all that shit. He's not critical of himself, just critical of other people. You notice how he'll blame every single fucking person in the world for his troubles except for him.
Or pick on the other, or be abusive to the other, or dismissive, or any of that. Even still today, I envy people who have a close family. But then I see drama like we're seeing now. And I go, well, wait a minute, maybe I wouldn't want that.
So you catch that, right? He envies people that have a close family. So you're kind of getting, he's come from a destructive place. He's been destructive his entire life. Nobody wants anything to fucking do with him. He's on here playing a part on the internet, trying to pretend, fulfill some fucking need with his bullshit. But he envies people with a close family. And this guy has the nerve to say things critically to me about the way that I've raised my son. Who I'm very proud of. He's a successful man at 26 years old. He doesn't have the problems that you got brewing over there at your fucking place, buddy. But you're all kinds of critical of him. Now, what the truth of the matter is, you're just fucking jealous of him because you've pissed your entire life away. You're a 61-year-old man with daddy issues trying to work them out on the fucking internet. That's as sad as that sounds. That's what this looks like. You're all up in your feels about what your daddy said to you when you were a little kid. And you never quite got the fuck over it. You got daddy baggage and you want to blame everybody else because you just couldn't persevere. You couldn't suck it up and move forward. Listen to some more of his dumb shit.
But it strikes me when I see like brothers and sisters or brothers who are so close, one would be willing to lay down their life for the other. Okay. Because I've never seen anything like that in my family.
Could it be because you're a fucking asshole? No wonder nobody in your fucking family would want to have anything to do with you, even after you've grown up, even after all the past issues. There's still baggage that you're just carrying around, right? Because you're a fucking piece of shit, dude. That's what it comes down to. I don't blame your family. Doesn't want anything to fucking do with you.
His daddy was,
we've all heard the story about how when his parents died and they just went and took the stuff and
he caught him sucking Mark off. I'm serious. That's not even a joke. That's the reality of it. And it embarrassed his dad so much. He's like, boy, get the fuck from around here.
Took the.
That's why he was scared to bring any of his friends home. His dad would say, hey, boy, what are you in there? What do you got? Keep that door open. Make sure y'all are dressed in there.
Belongings, and he didn't get to pick and all that shit. Well, why do you think that was?
That's for real.
You think they were just all shitty and he was just the victim, or, maybe did he have some shit going on around that time, or they knew that he would just piss it away. So they was like, nah, fuck it. We're just going to take it because we know what he'll do with it. He'll just fuck it up or piss it away or sell it or some shit.
Yeah.
Because if you look at him and his history and his arrest record and all this shit, dude, he's not conducted himself in any kind of responsible manner. Pretty much ever.
Boyfriends.
So I'm assuming that's probably what went on with that whole thing with the, them gathering the belongings from his parents' house and shit and taking it and
to group up together. I'm sure you've seen it. We've all seen it, and you just kind of like
not including him in it. It's not because they were victimizing him. They didn't victimize each other. He was just left out because he's the fucking asshole. But he doesn't see that.
None of my siblings are close like that. my
They were
sister
embarrassed
and my
of you,
medical
bro.
brother
Your
had a
sister
unique bond
fucking
through
talked to
music.
that dude out there with the
They're both
motorcycle train.
very good musicians, very good vocalists, and they've been in a band together for years. And they both go to the same Jehovah's Witness church, so they have that in common. And they have that particular clip.
Oh fuck! So your brother and sister are part of the Jehovah's Witness church. All right, I don't know them. I don't know them, but if you guys are curious at all, there's a high level of mental illness among people that follow the teachings of Jehovah and are part of that church.
PTSD.
Look it up, man. I mean, clearly everybody knows the jokes, about the don't open the door and fucking Jehovah's Witnesses are out there and all that shit. He's got family that are Jehovah's Witnesses. So, and there's a lot, like I said, I can't speak on it definitively, but a lot of people that are associated with that church do have some mental illness. So I'm not surprised at all.
But I think it doesn't go much deeper than that. But where with the rest of my siblings, we'll speak to each other, but that's going to be the extent of it. There isn't any, we don't invite each other to birthday parties and family get-togethers and anything like that. Ever.
Well, what's that
and I
say
think
about you?
that is a reflection of my parents. I really think that
You're 60 fucking years old, bro. You've had plenty of time to fucking make up with your family.
that is something that your parents are supposed to invoke.
All right. Again, here he's blaming his fucking parents. So it's their fault, right? It's their fault. Nobody's close and nobody talks to him. His parents' fault. They didn't invoke it. They didn't teach the other siblings to put up with his fucking retarded ass. That's what I just heard.
And nurture, manage, promote. Because if you don't, you get people in the world that, feel alone, and then they're liable to pass that on to their own kids. There's a lot of people that.
All right, Six Side. So you are ex-Jehovah's Witness. So that's why you were saying that I'm not wrong about that. Yeah, I've known some people that are associated with the church. I mean, clearly they all seem to the commonality between all of them is they're off, like socially. And that kind of leads to some other things, like not deep diving on them, but it's a pretty common thing. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for validating that for me. I appreciate it.
But, they put all this effort into, there's a lot of people that'll put effort into like taking their kids to sports and going over their homework with them and telling them they're great every day.
You mean like loving their kids and being involved in their life? I mean, isn't that a good portion of, building confidence within your kids, showing interest in their hobbies and what they do and showing interest in them doing well? And I don't think it's abnormal at all. You just say some people. Let's let him finish that.
A lot of single moms do that, overcompensate. But then
that's an overcompensation to show interest in your kids. Yeah, I mean, your thinking is off, man. You're just the logic. And again, you don't utilize any of it. It's very rare for you to utilize some logic when you start letting the shit fall out of your face. I mean, you're willing to take big jumps when it suits you, but that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, man. That's not overcompensation. That's a legitimate interest in your child, which I can see why you feel that way, because I can see how you treated them.
We'll have no problem, talking about stuff they shouldn't be talking about right in front of them, like bashing their father or arguing or belittling another family member. And I think it really does changes people. It changes.
So we just heard your ex-wife tell us that you went to work, quote unquote, on your son over her, exposing you as being the truth. She exposed your lies and your bullshit and your nonsense. And you being the narcissistic piece of shit that you are, that's the worst way to hurt you, because all you give a fuck about is what other people think of you. That facade that you had up was very, very important to you. And I knew that. And I was so fucking glad to see it cut you and to see it hurt you as deeply as it did. Believe me, I get a kick out of it, man. Every time you turn on that fucking camera and you're mentioning me when I'm nowhere to be seen, I ain't even fucking said nothing about you. And you're still worked up about me. Living rent free over there in that ugly ass fucking dome of yours, dude. And you know what? That tickles me pink. I love it. I fucking love it. You're such a fragile little bitch that I can do that to you by just speaking some words and telling the truth.
A kid from who they're going to be, who they were going to be, and who they are, right? Because a tight family or closeness with siblings can create a level of confidence in somebody.
Yeah, I'm the guy who has shock treatment. Yeah,
I'm on Wade's page right now. I'm sorry, I just wanted to tell y'all what I left at.
Yeah. He has to fabricate all of it. He has no confidence. You just heard it come out of his mouth. That's what he said.
I'm looking for other
He doesn't
shit
have
on
the
Wade's
closeness. He
page.
doesn't have the closeness with siblings and family. And he says that can create confidence with some people. He's just telling on himself.
Where if you don't have any closeness in family, you tend to be a little insecure.
Well, fuck. I guess now, yeah, you have no confidence. You're insecure, just like I thought.
Once you get out there in the real world, it took me a long time to overcome that.
You never overcome it. That's why you're still acting like a fucking child today. You've never overcome it.
I mean, there were times that, when I started as a mechanic, I was always one of those guys that I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to learn something new every day. And I wanted to be better than the guy that showed me how to do it.
And now you have a collection of business cards that you keep in a picture frame in lieu of a resume that most people would have. So it's very inspirational. I'm willing to say that, the canned problems that you may have been exposed to and around, at a dealership, you're going to see them over and over and over again. And being as stupid as you are and your lack of critical thought, just evidenced by the way you just let shit carelessly fall out of your face. I'm going to assume that same level of, retardation is applied to your problem solving processes as well. Because again, man, you're not very smart. You think you are. You are the living, breathing example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. You're really, I know you look at Johnny Goebel like he's a fucking dumbass. You're really not far behind him. You're really not.
And because of that, I got promoted fast. I was service manager of a large GM dealership before I was 30 years old. I was the young.
All right. So what he's saying is he was a service manager of a large GM dealership before he was 30 years old. This guy has absolutely zero education outside of high school. He has no education outside of high school. So they're not going to make him a manager of anything. And the reason why is because in order to get into management positions, and it really doesn't matter, even at some level, even at restaurant level stuff, things like that, they prefer people that learn how to comply with the wishes of other people. So if you understand what a degree is, it's basically a track record of compliance. And they're not going to take, think about the way this guy lived his life, all the times he's been arrested, credits been shit the entire time. This guy's not a manager. He's never been a manager. He's always been some fucking flunky or some guy that's going to get pissed off and load his fucking toolbox up and leave as soon as somebody, says something the wrong way to him. He's never worked there long enough to become anything.
It's on Power Strokes.
Other than just a guy turning wrenches. But again, that's evidenced by who the fuck he is, man. He can show you all the business cards in the fucking world. You don't have shit to show for anything. So he was a manager before he was 30. His wife is going to tell you exactly what it was. He was a fucking service advisor. All right. We'll hear from her in a little bit, but I just want to make sure that doesn't slip by anybody. I think where he peaked at was service advisor, the guy that you come in for an oil change, or 36,000 mile service or whatever. He's the guy that tries to upsell you
on other things. He's an advisor. Again, he's just blowing smoke up everybody's ass.
The service manager they ever had. And I can't tell you how many days I'd get there in the morning and unlock the place. You know, at that time I had 12 technicians that their paycheck was dependent on how well I did my job.
If that was even remotely true, then you would have done a huge disservice to 12 people. Because, I mean, you're a fuck up to this day, dude. You're not like even a late bloomer. You're a fuck up to this day. Again, that's why no one's going to let you manage anything.
And man, I'd unlock that door, and then that voice, you know, you're worthless. You're never going to amount to nothing. You know, would be sitting there on my shoulder, chewing in my ear. And I'd start thinking, man, these people are going to find out I'm just some dumbass. I'm just some stupid country kid, you know? And I just wonder, you know, if I hadn't had to deal with that, how far I could have went.
Right.
All right. So if his dad didn't say those mean things to him when he was a kid, he just wonders how much farther he would have went. Can you believe this shit? His dad said some things to him growing up, and he let them affect him all the way through his entire life. Blames his father, words that his father said to him growing up, as some kind of something to blame for his lack of success in the world. I mean, this guy actually believes this shit. Saying this stuff to other people. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Thank you, Power.
Are you not familiar with like when?
Yeah, let's watch this. This right here tells you everything you need to know.
I kind of kept following and listening. And at first it started with how he was championing victims of bullying. And he said a lot of buzzwords, buzz phrases. He said all the right words, but that's not how I remember him. He wasn't really the champion that he claimed to be. I thought, man, has he changed?
Oh, well.
And like
Wade
I
was
said,
a good dude. He still is
I
a
had
good
lost
dude.
touch with him.
He's just a good dude. And
So I've been
for
watching,
him.
and I
Wade
saw
would
the
be
shit
pissed
show
right now
evolve.
how things turned out.
He started demanding apologies. He started demanding and insulting other people terribly, calling them low IQ and stupid, and started cussing at them on this platform. I thought, wow, maybe he hasn't changed very much. So the more and more I watched, the more abusive I saw it getting. And he was abusive with me in the past. I made the mistake of marrying him. It wasn't long-lived because I was a victim of physical abuse. He dragged me in one of his podcasts and said all kinds of rude and insulting things about me that were not true. He claimed once when he got charged in Mississippi that it was because I was drunk and fell in the driveway. No, he pushed me down the driveway and I fell, and both of my arms were scraped from the wrists to the elbows. He would get verbally abusive mostly, just get in my face. And when he loses his temper, he spits and screams and yells, insults and bullies, and just is demeaning. I'm a pretty strong person. I had a very good job, very good income, and he tried to get me to sell properties and get the cash out of them. He tried to get me to liquidate things. His credit sucked.
and he had some high interest debt that he convinced me to finance under my name. So the debt was piling up. The verbal abuse went on and on. I moved out of the home for a short time in Mississippi. He begged me to come back. I came back. I ended up having a child with that man. And I use the term man loosely. It was a high stress time, and there were complications. And I had a high stress job that I worked long hours. So long and short of it, they downsized the company and were consolidating to Pennsylvania. And I was offered a severance package. Still own property in Wisconsin. So I decided, perfect opportunity. My family's all in Wisconsin for the most part. And I have this small child. Be great for him to grow up around his cousins. So we moved to Wisconsin, to a property I owned. And that started a new chapter. To clean up that chapter, because he had gotten fired from one job in Mississippi and did get another job. So when we got to Wisconsin, he found a job pretty quick. And we were established there. I was looking for something. I found a job, again, good pay, but I noticed the verbal abuse kept going, breaking things, breaking doors, and just bullying constantly. It was like dealing with a out of control teenage kid. So things were tense. One time the police were called because he was screaming so loud, and there were two little kids and they were bawling hysterically.
Of course he does.
And people walking by on the street,
easy way out.
90 feet out, could hear him screaming, and they thought he was beating someone. He was asked to leave, I think, that time. There was another time where he accidentally smacked he had me pinned against cupboards, screaming in my face, and somebody else was there, and they were going to call 911, went to grab the phone, and he smacked them in the face. That was more accidentally, but it still happened. And
this lady's
so the
not
police
lying.
Came.
I'm going to tell you that
He was
right
asked to
now.
leave that time. I think he may have been given a 3-day no contact for one of these incidents. Eventually, I just could not get through to him, and we separated.
Yeah,
So that summer, he
definitely
got an
telling-
apartment, and he had wanted his boys from Ohio to come and visit. He told the story online that they were coming to visit, and he didn't want them up there, so he canceled it. But I flew them to Wisconsin behind his back. Well, that never happened. He drove to Ohio, picked up his boys, brought them back to his apartment. They did come over to my house because I had a pool and swim one day. And then Jim did some things that I expressly said were not allowed because I lived in the city. And I said, okay, it's time for you guys to go. So he was a little miffed at that. He left, but later that evening, the police knocked on my door, and I answered. And they said, yeah, we have a situation. I said, okay. Apparently, Jim got into it with his older son. The son had run off. The police found him, but he was refusing to go back to his father's place. He wanted to stay with me. So the police said, is there any way possible he could stay here? I said, sure. He's a child. I love kids. I think children are innocent. So I said, sure. And he hesitated. He looked at me and he said, well, there's just one thing. Jim is saying you're highly intoxicated. We need you to take a breathalyzer. I was so offended, I almost slammed the door in his face. But I couldn't do that to his son. I said, fine. I blew in the breathalyzer. They looked at it. They said, we're good to go. And his
No
son
doubt.
came in.
No doubt.
He was
Rachel.
upset. I had him call his grandma in Ohio so he could calm down. And he spent the night. I don't know when. The next day, I think after work, Jim had come and picked him up from my house. And I don't know when he took his boys back to Ohio. I had bought each of them a brand new bike because they really had nothing to do in his apartment. So they could ride around the city. And I'm assuming he loaded up their bikes, loaded them up, took them to Ohio, and he came back to Wisconsin, back to his apartment. So after that,
What a phone.
he kept his apartment, and I was working really hard to get healthy boundaries and heal from the abuse and the stress and the anxiety that being around him created. So eventually we came up with a set of boundaries, a game plan. This is what's going to happen. And we said we'd try to make things work for the sake of our son. And he moved back in. He hadn't been back in the house but a month and a half. And I didn't think he was following through on his end of the bargain. I was paying all the bills. He had to pay off overdue bills from his apartment days. So his income was going strictly to his debts. Well, it turned out in the end, that's not what happened. One day I had a flexible job because I was in management. And I thought something didn't feel right. So I made some phone calls to start verifying that what I'm being told is really the truth. Well, I made 1 or 2 phone calls, found out, nope, didn't happen. And all of a sudden, Jim walked through the door. I said, what are you doing here? Because he should have been at work. And he looked upset. He said, I got fired today. And it's all your fault. I have no clue what he's talking about. He told me he was doing great there. He was a service advisor. That's the guy when you bring your car into a dealership, you give him the keys and tell him why you're bringing your car
No
in.
doubt, Jack
And
Rabbit.
he hands it
No
off
doubt,
to
sir.
a technician to do whatever work's required. So I don't know. I never did find out why they fired him. And I said, oh, well, I have to get to work. And I said, we have to talk because I know you lied about, and I listed the things off. I said, that's not going to work. So I went to work. I asked him before I left, are you picking up our son from the babysitter? And he said yes, because I had other arrangements when he had a job. So he said, yes, I'm picking him up. So I canceled the arrangements to have him picked up. I went to work. At about later in the afternoon, I started getting uncomfortable, and all of a sudden the phone rang. It was the babysitter. And she said, is somebody picking your child up? Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember this shit right here.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
Anyway, I said, I'm so sorry. Jim was supposed to. Something must have come up. And I called my backup arrangements, the person who normally picked him up, and said, can you go get them? Because I was like 45 minutes away. So by the time I got home that night, my nephew had stopped over and was parked in my driveway. All the lights were on in my house. And he met me in the driveway. He said, did you leave all your doors open? I said, no. He said, well, we just got here and all your doors are unlocked and the lights are on. I went in, I took my son inside and the electronics on. So I figured, okay, Jim took off. He's done this in the past, loads up his stuff. I've never kicked him out, but he would take off, run to Ohio, run to a motel, call and beg to come back. He made a mistake. He shouldn't have taken off. But this was a repeating cycle. So, yeah, he had loaded up the electronics, hooked onto the bass boat that I paid for, loaded his toolbox that I don't think anyone ever fully paid for. I think he had like a $7,000 or $9,000 Snap-on toolbox with an accessory side, and he was supposed to be making payments on it. So he loaded up everything of value that he wanted. He took off, found out later there was a bank account that I had established that he was using for his paychecks, but it had a $500 overdraft. He took the $500 and all the cash. I had to pay it back, and he disappeared.
Sure he did.
I didn't hear a word from him. And I figured he ran back to Ohio with everything he could grab. And after 2 weeks, his bills were piling up, collection notices, truck payments. And I called down to his parents' home in Ohio. His mom answered. And I asked her if it'd be okay if I sent mail down there. She put Jim on the phone, and I told him all I'm asking is if I can send the mail down there, because I'm not paying for any of this stuff. And it was pretty brief conversation. I've made multiple trips when our son was a toddler down to Ohio so he could see his dad. Child support was spotty if I received anything. All the while my son grew up. He's a young man now. He's an adult. By the time I chased him for years. But by the time, every time child support caught up with him, he didn't have a job, or
Nah, not Mr. Jimmy.
wasn't working, or he wouldn't respond. They'd have to take him to court over and over and over and send letters. And they could never find any money.
Of course
So
they
by
couldn't.
the time I gave up, at that point, I think it was $25,000 in arrears and about another $5,000 in interest on the arrears. So around 30 grand.
Well, you know he didn't
In the
like this
divorce,
fucking live
he
out.
was ordered to repay me 24,000 plus, and that was just the money we could trace easily where it was debt I financed under my name that he used.
What
And I
a
never saw
fucking bum.
any of that. So I pretty much wrote it off to, you can't get
Sounds like fucking Gobble, don't it? No wonder
Mariah.
him and Gobble kick it
And
so
throughout
easy.
the years, anytime I did reach out to him to try to co-parent, I just got verbally assaulted and abused and called all kinds of names and rude behavior. I try to keep it about what our son needed.
Start calling him
Our
Binky.
son never got birthday cards, never got a birthday gift, never got Christmas gifts, except for 1 year. 1 year he sent him a used computer he bought through GameStop with some games. And that was a total shock. But it turned bad real quick thereafter. So I don't know. Maybe that's, I've heard he brags about all the things he owns. Maybe that's where all the child support went. I know his first wife, she didn't receive child support. I paid over $1,000 to her when we moved from Mississippi to Wisconsin because he wasn't paying her. And I felt bad for the children and thought they deserve better. I couldn't get him to pay it. So I don't believe much of what he says based on our history. And he has no empathy. He doesn't think of anyone but himself.
Oh, he's very selfish.
If he's bragging about being altruistic and what a great guy he is, and how he's a champion of the underdog and he doesn't kick down. This is the same guy who abandoned his son at a babysitter and couldn't be bothered to call me saying, hey, screw you, I'm out of here, but somebody should probably pick up our son. I didn't even get the courtesy of a phone call. It's always been all about him and what he could get, who he could use, how he can get it to his advantage. I've watched his streams and they've gotten uglier and uglier. And he has no insight. He doesn't see that he's perpetuating it. And he's the one that's
he sees
keeping
it.
all this hatred
He sees
alive.
it. He just didn't give a
And
fuck
people are
because he had
reacting
something to
to it.
gain out of it.
I know a lot of his views are probably people tuning into the shit show. I'm guilty as well. Like, now what's he up to? What a tool. So, believe me, don't believe me. The only reason I step forward is because he's slandering me. He is really slandering the mother of his other sons. And she doesn't deserve it. I don't deserve it. But
Sure
we
don't.
got away from it. I think she still has limited contact with him. I have not spoken to him in years. And I'm done being intimidated and bullied and made to feel less than and let him manipulate my emotions. He can't touch me. He can't do a thing to me. He can threaten anything he wants. He has no legal leg to stand on. I do have the receipts for everything I said. There are witnesses. It went down the way I said it went down. He lies about a lot of things. So I feel bad for any one of you that he is victimized and taken advantage of or just been nasty. And real men don't talk to women the way he talks to women. Real men don't talk about women the way he talks about women. Real men have character, courage, conscience, insight, and empathy. They lift people up. They don't kick down constantly. So I guess that's about all I have to say. Thank you for listening patiently.
He's probably just wandering
Hope
around.
I didn't bore some of you to tears.
No.
I mean, you're getting a lot of positive reinforcement here in the chat that I'm watching.
Oh, I can't see comments.
Right, and that's why I'm relaying it to you. You have a lot of support here. A lot of people, they are really feeling the pain that's in your voice and the commending you.
Still gets a lot of positive feedback and comments.
Well,
Thank you.
People.
And don't feel sorry for me. I'm not perfect. I never have been. I've worked hard. I'm very private.
Yeah, well, I really.
Let her take her time. That's fine. Just let her take her time.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm good.
Okay. No, I mean, like he said, we're seeing a lot of positive reinforcement, in this chat, and I feel like a lot of these people, can touch and relate to you, maybe what is going on in their personal life or something, but they definitely feel it,
Nothing to be
your
sorry
story
about.
and your voice, and it's not that I know you don't want anybody to feel sorry for you, but it's very powerful. And we really appreciate the courage that it takes to be able to do what you did. It's absolutely incredibly strong.
True that.
And these
there is one thing I'd like to share. And I have this framed in my home. And it's a poem. A definition of success. To laugh often and much. To win the respect of intelligent people and the affection of children. To earn the appreciation of honest critics and endure the betrayal of false friends. To appreciate beauty. To find the best in others. To leave the world a bit better, whether by a healthy child, a garden patch, or a redeemed social condition. To know even one life has breathed easier because you lived, this is to have succeeded. And I consider myself a success. I know I've done some of those things, and I will continue to do those things. People are more important than things, and everyone deserves respect.
Absolutely. You are an absolute boss for your courage.
Absolutely.
So there's the issue of the criminal past. You still feel up to go over that and shed some light on this?
Sure, I can tell you what I know.
Okay.
And what I don't know.
All right, Power Stroke, you want to go ahead and pull that up?
All right. So okay, yeah, I can do that. So we're gonna go ahead and we're taking this strictly from his channel. This is his words. This is not doxing by any stretch. It's his words. It's on his channel. I mean, Dad, you could back me. I mean, I believe it's completely fair game, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's his words. It's his explanation, as loose and as they are. But she is affected by some of the things that are said in this. So I wanted to give her an opportunity to shed some light on these things.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and, I've got it started from this point because obviously just the beginning of it is just him babbling on. So I'm going to just start it from this point. And Yankee, when you want me to stop, you just say stop, and I'll stop, and you can explain whatever you want.
Okay.
All righty. Let's go ahead and get started.
We'll start right here with 8 lawsuits. I wish I was important enough to be sued 8 times. That's a lie. I've never been sued. Bankruptcy is true. You see, when you have to walk away from your 6-figure income to go battle cancer for 14 months,
6-figure,
you've got to protect yourself.
Stop.
So
she said stop.
He wasn't paying child support. He didn't have a 6-figure income. I don't think the man has ever had anywhere close to that. His child support was never raised. They couldn't find where he worked. And
they told
I
her
thought he
in
went
this live, I
bankrupt
believe. And then I think
before
she
he
said
got
something.
ill.
I'll be right back.
So I know his credit sucked when I knew him. I know he wasn't good with money. I could see where a lot of creditors would be coming after him because he did not pay bills. And so I could see him going bankrupt. And I think he also had a vehicle accident. Who knows? Maybe he didn't have insurance at the time. Because I remember getting a phone call that he was in the hospital. And it was not terribly long after he had moved back to Ohio. I think he said he went in a ditch and totaled his car and was in the hospital. But he was hurt. So maybe he had a bunch of hospital bills from that, and he had no insurance. But I don't believe that. I believe he has been chased for money many, many, many times.
Okay. But it is clear. It is clear he did not have a 6-figure income that he claims he had.
No, child support couldn't. Child support kept chasing him with letters and saying, report your employer. And he didn't have a job. That's why he was in and out of child support court.
Okay. All right. Do you want to continue?
Sure.
All right. Absolutely.
That
kind of amusing.
That would be, that would be a Chapter 13 protection while I was in the hospital fighting for my life. So in that regards, the top line's bullshit. Second one's true. Now let's see what else we got.
Sometimes I think that I'm unstoppable.
Oh, stop quick. Something I meant to clarify right from the get-go, and I forgot. I notice on his channel, he constantly says he's 63 years old.
Yes.
I don't know why he says that. He was born in 1961.
So he's 61 years old, not 63.
Exactly.
Why would he
But,
lie?
well, that's just it. Hiding? Is he trying to, I don't know, create a persona of a retired guy? 61, he's not old enough to retire yet.
Okay. So basically,
His birth date. His birth date is April 8th, 1961.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Everything ties him back to his entire criminal record here. You can just look at these things and all of them tie him back to a birth date in April of 61. He's 61 years old.
So you guys tell me, why does he lie about his age?
I'm under the impression that he's trying to distance himself from some of his past.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more. So
he was definitely trying to distance himself from his past.
I'm sorry. What did you say, Yankee?
I said, well, somebody figured it out, or at least pieces of it. There are things that are missing from this record.
Right.
Yes. Well, but this is in his own words, so I mean, this would be the easiest way to, set the record straight with this. And I do, like I said, the issues that he slandered you within this video. This will give you a perfect opportunity to fill us all in on what actually happened.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Would you look at that? I mean, failure to yield from a private.
He definitely
drive.
was trying to get ahead of everything.
I was pulling out of the bank in my company truck and looked like I had a clear distance to make it into the turn lane. And some dude shot out of the straight lane into the turn lane and blasted me right in the side.
Of course, it's the other dude's fault.
A ticket there, and my insurance had to pay for his vehicle.
So, okay. So his insurance had to pay for the other person's vehicle, but he was the one at fault, or the other guy was the guy at fault. I'm not
Oh,
understanding.
yeah. Well, that's how he made it seem. He's the victim. The other guy was at fault. So he was in a company truck. So he had to pay for the accident, but it was a company-owned vehicle. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. No, it does not make any sense. That's guys. Yeah. That's,
The explanation is completely illogical, right?
Right. Absolutely. All right. So this one here, this is non-support out of Perry County. So does this pertain to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and he lived in Perry County at the time, in Crooksville. So Perry County should have been enforcing the child support orders for all three of his children. So it could have been non-support for two of them and non-support for my son.
Okay. And when you said basically Perry County and Crooksville. So if I'm not mistaken, was that the property that he said that he had not lived in?
Oh, he lived in Crooksville.
Right. But he was. Go ahead, Dad.
Okay, yeah, the Perry Street address, just in his last live. Actually, Hawkeye had kind of blown this cover story for him a little bit when he had mentioned me. Jim had tried to say that they bought
Shout out Hawkeye.
He lives in the Pine Street address as an investment, and he's never lived in it. And we happen to know that he does clearly, but Yankee had some insight on that she had shared with us.
Okay.
Yeah. He had bragged to me after he had moved back to Ohio, and we had been in touch. And I don't want to give the wrong impression. There were good times sprinkled throughout the chaos that he created. There were good times with him also. He can be charming and funny and fun. After a while, sucking all the oxygen out of the room constantly and having to be the smartest and talk down to people, it gets old. But Crooksville, yeah, he was bragging to me how he met this woman and she owned a house in Crooksville. And he moved in with her. She had gotten a great deal, some kind of special loan on it. And, you know, dirt cheap mortgage payments. And yeah, Ian moved.
Okay.
They were moving on.
Okay. So the house that you're talking about,
GI
which is the
Bill,
house that
baby.
he still lives in currently, it is actually his current wife or girlfriend or whoever she is. She is the one who owns that, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And I believe it is a two bedroom trailer, right?
Yeah, it's a manufactured home, mobile home. It's not that part is a moot point. But I mean,
No, obviously, but what I'm saying is, you know, obviously, you know, it just goes back to touch on the grounds of his blatant lies, just basically trying to claim what he doesn't have.
Yes.
You know, that's why I pointed that out.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So what else did we want to touch on that?
Well, so the non-support, she let us know that is more than one child support case that he's being pursued for. Let's hear his explanation of this.
Okay.
I swear to God that I could drop you, bro.
Wait a minute, that went by too.
Hey, before I go on to that, Miss Patty Lynn here actually said something very, you know, so basically she said that, you know, he said that he owned 3 rental houses. Do you know anything about that?
I can't see where anybody would give him that kind of credit after a bankruptcy. I never heard he owned anything. So I guess I have no knowledge. He'd have to show the receipts, I guess.
Well, he's 30,000 in arrears on child support. That is going to affect his credit. They will not. They're not going to loan you, especially on investment property, not a primary residence. You would have to have some pretty stellar credit to get a line of credit to purchase rental houses.
Well, and I don't know if maybe she had something to do with the credit.
I seriously doubt it. Looking at her, she has some credit issues of herself.
All right. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and
stop. I do believe in one of his lives, because I'm kind of anal retentive. I listen. I remember facts, and I'm kind of statistical. He was bragging about buying those properties, now that I recall, in 1999. Well, that would be a neat track, seeing as how he was still in Wisconsin in 1999.
Oh, okay. So he wasn't even in Ohio to be able to buy them. Okay, I got you.
No.
Okay. Now, were you two still together in 99?
99, that's when we had separated. And then he had the apartment the summer of 99 into early fall. Then he moved back into my home with me. And then he disappeared in November of 1999. And we had moved up there, I think, in March. Maybe it was January, February. So he didn't even make it a full year there.
Okay. All right. Are we ready to hear his explanation to this?
Yeah, let him go ahead and roll with it.
All right.
Too fast. Non-support in Perry County, Ohio. Yeah. Actually, I went to court 11 times. My first ex-wife with her mental condition was extremely spiteful. And I ended up in court with her 11 times dealing with child support and just her attempts at retaliation. The kids were living with me. Kids were living in my home.
Oh, stop. His 2 sons from Ohio never lived with him. And, you know, he's slandering his first ex-wife. It is true. She had a major medical event. And he's disclosed it. I wouldn't if he hadn't already. But she did have an aneurysm. It didn't addle her brain. She didn't go crazy. She wasn't being irrational. She wasn't spiteful. She was concerned for her son's well-being because she didn't trust him. Her and I became friendly and eventually became friends. She knew that the boys came to visit us in Mississippi. She felt okay about it because she said, I know you're there and nothing will happen to them. But the way he talks about her and insults her and runs her down is just wrong.
Is this the woman that he referred to as a vegetable?
Yeah, she's not a vegetable. I talked to her less than a month ago. Actually, she messaged me today. And we just haven't caught back up.
Gotcha.
She is not a vegetable. She is not spiteful. She is a very loving mom of 2 adult young men. She asks about my son and how he's doing, and he's a young man now. He's not a child.
All right. Thank you for shedding some light on that.
Absolutely.
Well, I don't like how he slanders people.
Yeah, it's absolutely uncalled for sure.
It's in a reckless manner. So yeah.
All right. Should we let him go on with this?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hear what you have to say.
He was getting paid child support, and I couldn't get a hearing. I kept applying for a hearing, and I kept applying for a hearing, and I kept getting denied because I was paying $236 a week in child support, but the kids were living with me. And so I thought, I'll just get their attention. I'll quit paying. That way I'll get drug into court, and then I'll be able to tell the judge what's going on. And it worked perfectly, by the way. I did get the hearing. The judge did see what was going on, and she had to pay back a large, she had to pay me $5,800. So if you go read the outcome of that case, Doper Dad, it'll show that, yeah, I won that case. She had to pay me. Possession of marijuana in 2008. That one was 2000. No, that one. Yeah, I got a call at 1 o'clock in the morning. My son had been pulled over in a car that I bought him 2 months earlier, and they were arresting him. I had to come get the car. They were going to impound it, and I was a pissed off son of a bitch. And I was speeding, pulled over for speeding, and they found papers, rolling papers, and a roach in the ashtray. And I was charged with possession. At that point in my life, in 2008, I hadn't smoked marijuana myself for almost, probably 10 years.
Stop.
I quit.
Go ahead.
Back in the day, I mean, I was working corporate jobs. I was very against regular use. I almost got my head taken off in Mississippi because I came across what I now realize was a large container of marijuana. He was smoking marijuana when I knew him. I didn't know he was. I found marijuana after he took off from Wisconsin and went back to Ohio.
He's trying to fabricate this I'm better than everybody else facade on YouTube. And it's fucking crazy. If you're fucking poor, you're poor. If you're barely getting by, you're barely getting by. I mean.
Second garage. That was his as well, hidden in the rafters. So I don't know where he's saying he wasn't a regular user. he's just full of crap.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's absolutely.
Like he tried to create this whole facade for me about living in a free camper and just all kinds of shit, right? And it's like whatever. And then I mean, it was funny, I guess. Whatever.
Absolutely. You know, it just goes to the list of blatant lies he just had.
No doubt, Jackrabbit.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and let this continue.
I quit smoking weed when I was 30, and then didn't smoke again until the battle with cancer, because a lot of the jobs that
Man, I've lived on the same piece of property for fuck God knows how long. All my kids were raised here. Nothing special, but I mean, fuck, 2 acres. It's the one thing I did when I got out of prison when I had the money, because I knew that type of money wasn't going to last forever. And I was like, you know what? The smartest thing that I can do with all these kids is pay this motherfucker off. And that's what I did.
Working at the level I was working, they drug tested and that sort of thing, especially if you got a company vehicle and the insurance company requires that you be drug tested. So I just give up and run altogether, and that really pissed me off. But yeah, I'm guilty of that.
But I wake up
driving the car
the same way everybody else does. I put my pants on the same way everybody else does. Might not be in as luxury as everybody else. I don't give a fuck
It's
about
traffic
that.
control light. But anyway,
I got that.
right. TRF CN TRL light.
Red light, buddy.
Right. It's traffic control light. It's just abbreviations, Jim.
Just couldn't tell you. You can see that it's associated with the same case, but I don't know. Intoxication, 2005. Intoxication. We suppose that would be.
That's the guy who said he doesn't drink.
Right. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
I'm the drinker. I'm the one who's always sloshed.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, he'd try to twist that any way that he could. So, but yeah, absolutely.
Man.
Oh, okay. Is this the one? Okay, so this is something we wanted to touch on. So basically, he has a disorderly persistent, which is what? It's like arguing with a cop or something, right, Dad?
Yeah, that's what I would interpret that to be. I mean, as a persistent, it means that he would have been warned on the scene,
okay,
and persisted to be disorderly. I mean, it's police have such a great amount of discretion; they can word it any way they can. So just to be clear on that.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to remember exactly what it was that we wanted to touch on this one.
Well, he has like it's not. I don't think it's this one. I think it's the one that's like in '99 where he's got a couple of them. Or maybe it is, let it play, where he had a couple of them like real close together, like one in May, like one in April, one in May. And it looked like there were 2 different charges.
This bitch got
yeah, so we'll let
caught
it play.
getting fucked in the ass on my birthday.
Disorderly persisting, Perry County in 2005. Let me tell you what happened. Me and my wife, we had been living together, but not married yet. And we went to a state park for the day. And we
this one for sure. But go ahead, let him finish though.
Long trail down by the lake. There wasn't anybody around. I mean, there was just nobody
Long
around.
trail.
And one thing led to another. Next thing you know, we're having sex. And a game warden walked up on us. And he thought he was going to get away with making my wife stand there with no shirt on while he ID'd us. And I flat out told him she was going to put her shirt on or him and I were going to fight. And that's where that charge came from, as well as the next one.
Okay, so I want to point out that last one obviously is disorderly persisting. It's in Perry County, Ohio. And then the next one,
as well as the next one.
He just said as well as the next one. This one here is in Muskingum.
Muskingum County is how you would pronounce it, I believe.
Okay, well that's a totally different.
Is there a date on that one?
There is not.
Okay.
Okay.
I have the date of it.
Yeah, we've got the
get
date.
into the.
I
I have
appreciate
some
all
details
your,
on it and some dates.
entertainment
I'll give you an
that you've,
opportunity here.
provided for us, sir.
I've got it pulled up. So we're going to take a look at this. Well, clearly those two, let's lead into that and not get ahead of ourselves. They are in 2 different counties and 2 different dates. So they are not related to one another.
Right.
He wanted to breeze over this, and for good reason. I can understand after finding out what we know. Basically, the the date of this, it occurred, the public indecency is what I'm speaking about. Now, this happened on May the 4th of 2001. And I'm assuming that would have been a Friday. We could roll the calendar back because it would have went to court on 5/7 of 2001, which would explain the 3-day. And it is for public indecency. And I do have a list of dates, and I have the docket entries pulled up. The case was filed with the court 5/7, 2001. He was set for trial on 5/9 of 2001. A subpoena, was issued to Officer Lindsay. Officer Doug Lindsley returned that subpoena. He answered with a proof of service on 6/15 of 2001. So on 6/20, 2001, he entered a not guilty plea, and he was found guilty, either at a bench trial or a jury trial. His sentence was 30 days, with 25 of those suspended, with 2 special conditions: no repeats for 2 years and probation for 2 years. He had a return sentencing date for 8/14, 2001.
And he's banned from the
with roughly $550 in fines. But the explanation of his, I don't even know how we would explain that. But
I was shown a police report for that one.
Okay.
By someone. They had gone and gotten a police report, and it had nothing to do with the woman he is married to, lives with. It involved a park official or some official capacity, observing him with his pants down around his ankles. And as they approached, another guy ran off. And they didn't catch him. But he didn't get away. And
So
he
he
got
was-
arrested.
So he was in. So let me get this straight. So he was in a park, I guess the state park here, with another man, and the
I
other
don't
guy
know
ran
where.
off.
Yeah, he was observed someplace. And they described the person that ran off as another man. And he had his pants down around his ankles.
Oh wow. So that right there would explain the narcissistic behavior and him trying to throw the jab of him saying, "Well, man, I don't have a timestamp or a screen recording or a screenshot, but PowerStroke has Grindr on his phone."
Right.
Well, okay, so obviously he doesn't have any proof of that, guys, and so everything as far as him being narcissistic, he portrayed that onto me, but in reality, this is reality of it.
He projects on everyone.
Oh wow.
Okay, so we have a recorded incident of latent homosexuality that fits perfectly with his narcissistic personality disorder.
I don't know. Maybe they were checking for ticks.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be
they were checking
anything
for
but what it
ticks.
actually was.
They wasn't
I
checking
definitely
for ticks.
understand why he would want to skip over this, or whatever his explanation was, as far-fetched as it sounds. But 2 guys in a park sounds a lot more plausible to me, knowing what I know right now.
Well, like I said, the police report I read, it did not. It said that, but they didn't catch the person. So maybe it was a woman dressed in men's clothing. I don't know.
Let's hope for his sake.
She's trying to help him
Absolutely.
out. She's trying to help him out
so
for
yeah,
lack
it's,
of him being embarrassed.
That
behind it.
explains why he tried to throw the jab out of Grindr towards me on my phone. Which, and obviously, I don't want to go too far into it, but I noticed there was somebody in here by the name of Jack that said to the chat when we first started, and pertaining to the app Grindr. I just want you to know, buddy, your hero or whatever you think that he is. Obviously, he has zero proof of that, and he will not or cannot produce that proof.
Hey,
So-
it's probably Jim, to be honest with you.
Oh, it's most definitely,
It's probably him, one of his soccer accounts.
Right. So, yeah, I just really wanted to clear that up. So, thank you, Yankee, for that. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was very.
Well, and it's not a police report. I went and searched out, but it's someone who knows I have a child with him that gave me a copy of that report and showed it to me.
Okay. So you do have the physical copy of the police report.
I have it here somewhere. It's probably packed way in the back of my storage in a binder with course papers.
Okay, if need be, it's public record. I can get a transcript of the trial. It's
Right,
not that hard to
absolutely.
do.
Right. Yeah, and
That,
hey, guys,
that would be enlightening. That'd be enlightening if they send it to you electronically. I'd read it.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, depending on what the reaction is to this, that we may have a future episode with just that.
Well, and maybe this will be enough embarrassment that he will quit attacking everyone else and lying I mean, he could make his presence in YouTube sharing knowledge that he does have, helping others, teaching other people shortcuts, teaching people how to check things or set
Yeah,
up
I think
electronics
so.
or all of these
I think it
positive.
was, Miss Gina.
But he is like craving subscribers, craving attention, and he will not drop this negative stuff and just keeps attacking more and more people. He doesn't care if it's negative, positive attention. He just craves attention.
Okay. Absolutely. All right. Well, let's hear what Jim has in his own words here.
Same. So he didn't charge her with anything. Charged me with public indecency.
Yeah, because that's how the law works.
Well, and I do want to point out, he did say, you know, that police officer or park ranger or game warden or whatever he was that caught him, he did say that guy had essentially forced his wife, who he claims he was with, to stand there with her shirt off while he could look at him or look at her. And I mean, anybody that is in any type of, you know, authoritative or lawful profession, you know, obviously I'm not saying that every cop or anybody in law enforcement is absolutely correct all the time and they always make, you know, great decisions. I'm not saying that at all, but how likely is it for that to happen?
That's extremely unlikely in any situation, but considering the source, he is a known liar.
Right, absolutely. But I just wanted to point that out, you know, because obviously it's not very likely for a police officer or anybody of law enforcement to, you know, essentially make a woman or anybody stand there, you know, with their breast out, exposing themselves. And that's just not, that's against the law within itself.
Well, that's par for him and his white knighting personality that he likes, or his persona that he likes to put out there.
Right, absolutely. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and let this play.
The possession of paraphernalia in 2000. Yep, I was guilty of that. I had a pack of rolling papers in my back pocket. And a bag of weed in my right front pocket.
I don't care what they all say. That's right. I'ma do this thing.
Okay. That right there, that is a disorderly conduct out of Wisconsin. Yankee, are you there? I believe you've got your mic muted on.
Yankee, are you there? You're muted.
Yeah, you've got your mic muted. Okay. So give me just a second, all right?
Sure.
Hey, go ahead and interact with this chat for me, could you please?
Absolutely. All right. Let's see what we got here. Country Bro. Nice to see you on here, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, there you are.
I had to step away for a minute.
Okay. Hey, you're perfectly fine. We had stopped this on this disorderly conduct, being that it is in Wisconsin, and this would be around the time that you guys were together. Let you expound upon this. Maybe we want to let him explain it first, and maybe you give some truth to it, or
Yeah, absolutely. I'll do that. Okay.
Disorderly conduct was, my soon-to-be ex-wife had me arrested for domestic violence.
Hold on just a second. I want to bring this up. Linda the Wolf 820 says, "Wait, didn't he say his ex-wife was a vegetable?" Yes, he did say that, and we did touch on that a little bit back. It is clear that
Bro,
she's
it's
not a
because
vegetable.
he had to try to
and Yankee,
belittle
I'm sorry, you
everybody
said that
else.
she
Mike.
had actually reached out to you today.
Yeah, we traded messages. We never connected on the phone, but I had spoken to her a couple weeks ago, and because I had reached out, and I thought she was in extremely bad health, the way Jim described her, that she was damn near a vegetable, confined to a wheelchair 23 hours a day. What else did he say about her? Oh, she's in assisted living. And I felt bad because I had lost touch with her. You know, life gets busy. We're both raising boys and grandchildren, and I have a great granddaughter. So it was like, oh my God. So I
See, you
reached
could
out,
tell this
and she
lady's
got
got
back
a
to me,
heart.
and we chatted, and I said, "Are you okay? I heard you were really in bad shape." And she said, "What are you talking about?" She doesn't live in assisted living. She lives in some apartments, that are, secured apartments. She's not in a wheelchair 24/7, but she has a wheelchair. She has to, I should stop. I can't.
Absolutely. Yeah, you don't
I don't want to disclose too much of her things because I really haven't cleared it with her. But anyway, needless to say, she won't, it's temporary. It's not wheelchair bound. She gets around and she's not a vegetable.
Yeah.
Very coherent.
Anyone coming late, I would just highly recommend to maybe read through the chat or watch it from the beginning to kind of bring you up to speed. Because we're through the middle of it, clearly. But yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot of value in going back and rehashing that stuff. Some of it's very hard for her to talk about.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. And I definitely agree with you. People that are just now coming in, I would recommend to go back and watch it.
They did, bro.
It's very much worth it to watch it from the beginning. I will say that. Like he just said, there's no need to read.
There's an episode where Rusty reads it all off.
It will be there for you guys to go back and look at. So, all right. So I'm going to allow him to explain this disorderly conduct in Wisconsin here.
She got drunk, belligerent. Soon-to-be ex-wife had me arrested for domestic violence. She got drunk, belligerent, and it was, as a matter of fact, that one brings back some shitty memories because I wasn't going to have my kids come up for that summer because I knew that the marriage was dissolving. I had rented an apartment and was going to try to do what I could to salvage it, but I was not going to have my kids up for the summer because I didn't want them in the middle of that. And so she went behind my back and had my kids flown up. And she had decided that she'd have my kids stay at our house. I had an apartment across town. I wasn't living there at the time. And I came over there after work the first day my kids got there. And when I got there, she was already intoxicated heavily. And she went off on a tangent about something. I can't remember what it was. And I wanted to get my kids away from that. So I got ready to leave. And take my kids and take them over to my apartment and just let things cool off till the next day. She took my keys, wouldn't let me leave. And I did. I took my keys from her and I left with my two sons. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, I got a knock on the door and they came and arrested me for domestic violence. And my two sons, their first night visiting their dad in the summer at a young age, both of them were, I don't think either one of them were 10 yet. They got hauled to lady's house. Yeah, that's what she did to me. Yeah.
Stop.
Go ahead.
I kind of went through this earlier because I remembered this. It really irked me when I heard that. I thought, are you on crack? Because
yeah, he's been on all kinds.
I didn't
of
fly
stuff.
his kids up here. We were separated. He had an apartment. He went and picked them up. I bought them bikes so they could ride bikes over at his apartment while he was at work. They did come to the house one day on the weekend. It was a beautiful weekend. I had a pool. I let them swim in the pool. Jim swam in the pool. My son swam in the pool. They were like, I'd say 10 and 12 or 11 and 12 at the time, his two boys. They went back to his apartment that same day and he got into it with his older son. And the police went and found him. The police knocked on my door and asked if he could stay with me the night at my house because he and his father had gotten into it and he didn't want to go back there. And I said, yes. They made me take a breathalyzer based on what Jim said to them. Needless to say, he stayed at my house that night. The next evening, I believe after work, Jim picked them up. Where they went after that, either back to his apartment or he took them back to Ohio in his truck, I have no idea.
Okay.
But we didn't repeat that disaster. I never touched his keys. I didn't want him to stay that day.
All right. Hey, Yankee. No, I think it's good now. All right. So I think what I'm gonna
disorderly. The cops were called 3 or 4 times to my house because of him screaming, threatening, doing all kinds of stuff. He broke a solid core wood door, busting it in because I had gone in the bedroom and locked the door because he was out of control. So I'm trying to get away from it. And I know I called 911 that time. They came and took pictures of the door. And I don't know. I know he had to stay away for 3 days on one of the incidents. So I don't know if he bundled it all together and Wisconsin said, well, he's left the state, so let's just count our blessings and give him a fine and be on our way.
Right. So, all right. So there was something that somebody said in the chat. Hold on just a second. So Eismick here, he says, but earlier she said she flew his son's up there behind his back. So,
no, he said that.
Okay, so he said that
I did that. And I said, no, I didn't. He drove down there and picked them up.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mike.
And
She's not.
That's it. This whole fantasy thing he's got going on here. He's trying to portray himself as the victim. Woe is me, this evil woman. Aw shucks. You know, my poor boys, I didn't want to put them through that. And he got into it with his son. His son didn't want anything to do with him that night.
Right.
He found out Dad.
So I don't know who this strange woman is. And as far as I know, he was never arrested at that time.
Okay. All righty.
Because I only had one son, the older one. The younger one was with him. He wanted to stay at the apartment with his dad.
So, okay. So what you're saying is, because obviously you have one son with him and he has other kids with other women.
Right. I had my son in the house that night, and I had the older son from Ohio in the house that night. His younger son from Ohio told the police he wanted to stay with his dad.
Right. Okay.
So they left him at the apartment with his dad. They didn't arrest his dad.
Okay. Dad, you got anything to say?
No, just we'll let him play, and as this, I just want her to be able to clarify it.
What's up, Lost Smith bag?
But there's where he goes about the Christmas tree and her being naked in the street.
Yeah, I was getting
that was about his first ex-wife that he claimed she did that.
Okay.
Well, that sounded far-fetched to me, and that was the first time on his podcast I ever heard that story. And I'm sure he would have told me about it because he'd like to trash her to me.
Okay. So what he was saying about the Christmas tree and being naked in the street, that he was not referring to you. He was not talking about you.
No, he was talking about his first ex-wife.
Okay, gotcha. I just wanted to clarify. All right.
When I went to court, they reduced it down to disorderly conduct, or if I would just plead the disorderly conduct, they would drop it. And the reason why I did that, because I planned on leaving there the next day. And that is exactly what I did.
That is not exactly what he did. He left in November of 1999. He moved back into my house late September of 1999. He disappeared late November when he got fired from his job.
Gotcha. Okay.
Jimmy just
All right, so yeah, it's clearly just another history of his lies. Let him continue on there.
Okay.
Packed up my shit, I took my kids, and I came back to Ohio. Yeah, that was a real sore spot.
Raw spot. Jesus.
Okay, can you stop it right there? So just to clarify with Yankee, he did not have kids in tow when he left that time, right? This was where he took the bass boat and the toolbox, and
electronics.
your tools, things like that you said he had filled out his tool set with.
Yeah, I had a lot of tools because I had been married previously, and I was left with a lot of stuff from that marriage. And so when he came to Wisconsin, he had this huge Snap-on toolbox, rolling shocks, the whole 9 yards. And he went through all of the tools I had, because I had a lot of tools. and he just supplemented anything he thought was good or was missing from his tools. He had a lot of tools because he was a mechanic.
Gotcha. And the toolbox, you said that when he was in Mississippi, that's where he had gotten the toolbox.
Yeah.
Okay.
He did it on a payment plan with a Snap-on guy. And he not only bought the toolbox, but the couple $1,000, it's a tall cabinet that attaches to this huge rolling toolbox.
Yeah,
So
sidebar.
he got the two pieces, and I don't know if it was $7,000 or $9,000. I think he made payments down in Mississippi because the guy, I think they do local routes.
Yeah.
And they stop by the shop and pick up their payments on their stuff. Was my understanding. Now I might be wrong. But so he was paying that guy down in Mississippi. But once he left Mississippi, I don't know that he ever made another payment.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty common, especially for him. I could see him just stiffing the Snap-on guy if he left state. Is generally how they do that. They do a draft out of your check at your employer to do those payment plans. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so he essentially, it's very possible that he had broken that deal in that contract that I'm sure he had to sign for them to take money out of his paycheck, which I'm sure if he did not pay for it, it obviously had dinged his credit pretty hard.
Well, and in Mississippi, he had a really good job. He managed one Midas store, and the guy who owned that store owned at least one more store, but he was only in charge of one store. And he had a real good thing going on. But when he injured me and got in trouble in Mississippi, I was at work and he had packed up stuff. He took my laptop computer from the home and loaded up a bunch of things, took the boat from Mississippi and disappeared. And he started calling me collect from the road, and I wouldn't take the calls. Until finally, after about the 20th call, I answered the phone, and he wanted to talk. He wanted to make things work. He panicked. What did I do? Did I report it to the police? I said, yeah, I did. And so he decided to come back and face the music because I had injuries. And he came back to Mississippi, but where he worked, they fired him because he disappeared. And he got another job down there at like an oil change place where he was going to manage that place. And, it was owned by some guy. And he hadn't worked there real long. And I got my severance package and was moving to Wisconsin. He gave 2 weeks notice and moved to Wisconsin. So I don't know if the Snap-on guy ever tracked him down at the second job he had down there. But I know he didn't pay his child support from the second job. And that's how I ended up taking money out of my severance package and paying his arrears for that.
What's up, Harley?
Gap in child support. But that's the one and only time I paid child support for his other two sons. It was like $1,100 he was in arrears.
Oh. All right. So, is there anything we want to add onto that, or anything we want to question about that?
I think she covered it. She explained.
Yeah, she's Yankee. I've got to give it to you. You're very descriptive, and again, we really appreciate this.
Well, like I said, in this time he's been streaming, it brought back a lot of painful memories, and I needed to get help to deal with all the trauma after he disappeared. And I live a very simple life. I live in a mobile home that I bought and paid cash for. And that's where I chose to raise our son because it was affordable. And our son needed a lot of support growing up. And so I had good jobs. I couldn't travel anymore. And I couldn't be gone for long periods of time. I had to be available in case there was a health issue. But I still, no matter what job I took, I was paid well and did well. I trained other people on how to do their jobs, in different positions, and I could kind of cover them all. It was in yet again another industry This was in distribution. So I learned a lot. I have a lot of useless knowledge floating around in my head.
Okay.
But it brought back things, and I've done a lot of thinking. And like I said, I'm very detail oriented. So, yeah, I don't misrepresent history.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's you know, I mean, just now, just really getting the bearings, you know, and getting the overview of the entire story and just the reality of all of it. It's a lot, you know, it's a lot to take in and a lot to process. And, you know, it really just goes to show, and listen, you know, this is the thing, right? Guys, everybody in here, okay, obviously, you know, I will say it very openly. No, I don't like Psycho Battle Rap. I did not want to have any type of conflict or anything with him. You know, he had tried to come after me. He mentioned me for a month straight before I had even ever responded. He blatantly threatened me, you know, made it very, very, very personal. And obviously, you know, that puts me in a position to where I have to do what I have to do. So, you know, yeah, I don't like him. But basically, you know, having Yankee come up here and give her side of the story, you know, her recollection of it, it's a lot to take in, it's a lot to process. And it really just goes to show, just, you know, how shitty the guy really is. And I'm not really looking to bash him. I'm literally just looking to speak the truth and factual. And anybody that has heard, you know, the pain in this woman's voice, and just the way that she has explained it, you know, it's a lot to process and a lot to take in, but you know, it really goes to show, he's not a good person like he portrays himself to be. You know, it's not okay to do the things that he's done, you know, to these people, you know, including her. It's not okay at all. And the thing is, you know, it's been many, many, many years, but you know, her having a voice and you know, having this platform to get this out and set the record straight, you know, it means a ton to her. You know, it's not even about me. It's not about anything, you know, I mean, it is about the person, you know, the personal aspect of it that he tried to attack me, but it's more or less in respects of her and giving her the platform and giving her the voice that she deserves. You know, to basically just set the
This
record
live
straight on this guy's
was
foul intention,
really,
and
really
just
enlightening about who this
foul
dude
stories
really is.
and lies.
We all
and
kind of
wanting
suspected,
to
but
be a white knight
this
for
just sealed the
people that
deal.
obviously, you know, anybody can see, you know, those people are not necessarily all saints, and him just trying to portray this image that he has, it's completely ridiculous. It's absolutely foul, and it's extremely out of line. You know, and it just goes to show, I mean, look at everything that he said, you know, and you know, he's projected everything that he's said about everybody else onto other people.
He's guilty of everything. Yeah.
He's guilty of everything that he's projected on everybody else. And you know, and not only that, but you know, he took the time to want to try to make it look like he was out here white knighting and doing right by specific people, as if, you know, we were out there ruining their lives, which is obviously not. And he wanted to try to take us down in that, and basically, you know, try to make himself some type of a hero, and that's clearly not the case. You know, there's always two sides to every story, and you know, it.
Listen, I think you've, in a nutshell, he is just a vile piece of shit. I mean, there's no nice way to put that.
No, it's
his action. Go ahead, Yankee, let you go.
You know, there's time yet. As long as he's still breathing oxygen, he could choose to do the right thing and stop all this negative. He could turn it into something positive, something uplifting. Will he? Highly unlikely. He is 61. And Power Stroke, on a lighter note, I hope your job at Carhartt is doing well.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm absolutely fine.
Tell them you need a promotion.
Yeah. It's been hard out here representing for the company. So
yeah.
But no,
Been
that's
hard out
yeah.
here
It's
for a pimp.
like I was saying, you know, it absolutely goes very personal. And yeah, I mean, like Dad said, you know, he's not a good person like he portrays himself to be.
Well, and I want to say to the people who are listening or will listen to this, I'm a very private person. I don't have a YouTube channel, don't want a YouTube channel, have a minimal social media presence. I reached out to Power Stroke because there was something about him and his dad and the round table they had that was so respectful and respectful of other people. And I came away with a positive vibe from it. And I thought, I feel so bad for these people that he's abusing. Jim is. And I want to let them know, don't take it personal. Don't let him live rent-free in your head. He's not worth it. If he changes, if you want to go watch the circus, go watch the circus. I know he's probably going to trash me. I know I went on and on about history, and people can change. I don't see it. I don't see it the way he's treating other people online. But know that not everyone is like him. Some of us don't pluck wings off butterflies.
Right. Okay.
And I will take the opportunity to reiterate, if there's any backlash with any of this, this is always open to you, Yankee. You can come on here anytime you want, and we will definitely give you the voice to do this. And if he turns this nastiness on you, I am prepared to drag him for as long as it takes, as I explained before.
Well, and I'm not worried about him suing me. He can't sue me for the truth. He can threaten. He can file something. He's not going to. He's just going to run his mouth. And I just don't want him to take it out on our son in any way. He has nothing to do with my coming on here.
Right.
And I'm comfortable with our relationship. And I never badmouthed his dad to him. That's why he's comfortable reaching out, because I didn't trash talk his dad. We really didn't talk about him. I remember once he asked me, Mom, I don't know why Dad doesn't love you. I love you. And I said, it's okay, honey. He does love you. But he never reached out to him. I mean, Jim didn't.
Right.
But he had a full life. He had a lot of positive male role models. And family. We're a pretty close family. I've been so blessed with family, with good jobs, with the ability to take care of what's important. And people are more important than things.
Right. I do want to touch back on what Dad said. Basically, if he continues, and he continues to want to try to bash you or me or anybody else, the fact of the matter is, and Dad said it best. We are absolutely prepared for to just drag him. It is what it is. He's brought it on himself. That's very, very, very evident. And so yeah, we are prepared to do whatever is necessary to do. And
well, excuse the French, but I'm afraid he's gonna fuck around and find out.
Yes, he will.
And there's gonna be someone out there that he's going to kick down on, who has nothing to lose, and is gonna say, I'm coming for you. And I'd like to say I'll shed a tear. I will not.
She said, I will not.
He brought it on himself.
Well, yeah, and that's absolutely, yes, absolutely. He brought it on himself. And, and like I said just previously, Dad said it best. We are prepared, and we will drag him any way that is necessary. And it needs to be very clearly said. I am not afraid. I'm not scared. We're not scared, and we will not back down. We are not afraid of him. And Jim, if you're in here, Psycho Babble Rap, whatever you want to be called, we're obviously not afraid of you. And that's very clear. And if you want to continue, by all means. But I got to say, it's not the wise option. So.
Yeah, the wisest thing for you to do is to continue making videos about removing races off of hubs, because that's the one thing that you're good at, and I think that you could actually get some kind of positive feedback and actually help somebody else, and leave the rest of your bullshit out of it. Use what you're good at, and because you're really way out of your lane.
Yeah, absolutely, way out. And again, you did make this very, very, very personal. I did not want to communicate with you. I did not want to go back and forth with you, but you made it extremely personal with your threats, your bullshit lies. And again, we're not afraid of you. We will not back down, and it is what it is. So like he just said, you know, you're good at doing the mechanic stuff, man. You know, so stick to that. I think it's very safe to say, you know, you barked up the wrong tree, and it's not, you know. So
All right. I want to let Yankee. You want to finish this video and see if there's anything else we can touch on, and we'll let her fill in anything else she wants to get off her chest. Like I said, this is always going to be open to her, but this obviously this first time, and you know, clearly we're going to be in touch to monitor the situation and whatever happens, because I definitely want the right thing to happen. I'm always going to try to do the right thing with this, and I don't want to let emotions or anything play into that. My concern coming into this was her comfort level and where she was, just obviously digging these things up, and it was tough for me to hear the pain in her voice as she's recalling these events, and I was very cautious about that. And I have to again commend her courage for being willing to do this.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you again.
Thank you guys. It's been therapeutic. You know, I thought I dealt with it, but I realized a lot of it was I just shoved in a box. But I'm not afraid of him. He is impotent. He cannot touch me. He can't. I don't ever have to go back there. And I wish him well. I hope his health improves. But I hope he gets some mental health help, because what he's doing is not healthy, not constructive, not helpful. But I'll be monitoring from the background, because I still have a child with this man. And I don't want him to backlash on him. If he cuts him off again and says to him, screw, well, my son and I will have a conversation. And I'll say, this has nothing to do with you. That's who he is.
Right. And I absolutely respect that, 100%.
I'm not going to encourage my son to look up this video. I'm not sharing it with him.
Right.
He doesn't need to know all those details. He's never been told all those details. But thousands of people out there have, and it's been replayed on other people's streams and on other people's streams. And he's sucking up all the sympathy. I don't need the sympathy, but he certainly doesn't need your sympathy.
Right.
She answers the shit about the foster children.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're absolutely right about that. I don't want to go too far into your personal life, with your child and such. But I do. So we've got a comment here. It's from Michelle. She says, yes, Power Stroke, the foster children. So I basically just threw that up there.
I find it amazing that he could pass a background check like he claims he did. But maybe that's why he's 63, not 61. He said he got his record expunged, maybe with the assistance of someone in Ohio. Maybe because of the time that had passed. Maybe because...
Hey, y'all stop me if I'm wrong, but when you get your record expunged, that means you don't see all that shit, right? There's no way to look it up.
Because his wife or partner was the primary caregiver. Maybe they're just desperate for foster parents. I don't know.
Right.
I don't think he would have passed the background check in Wisconsin.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, and that was a big question for a lot of people, concerning just the care of those children in that home. So,
well, and I'm familiar with special needs children and an advocate for them. And a narcissist, I guess you could say they're structured because it's always going to be their way or the highway. But as far as teaching them or showing them empathy, compassion, and nurturing them, I don't know. Just something doesn't jive there for me.
Right. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and let this video play. Again, if anything, just let me know. Just say stop, and I'll stop it for you. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
then we all play. Yeah, I'm addicted to the grind, man. That's right.
That one right there is just your basic domestic violence charge you get when you file a divorce, and your ex's attorney says, well, the only way we can get a restraining order is if you claim he pushed you or something. And so there's that. That and actually my stepdaughter broke a window and blamed me for it.
Stop there. That would be his first ex-wife, and I don't know, I wasn't there, but I don't believe she just made up charges and it was all the stepdaughter's fault. I don't believe it. Everyone can believe what they want, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else you want to add to that?
No.
Okay.
You guys, my fans know that story. I'm not going to tell it again because it just puts me in a bad mood. Yeah, 5 years I dealt with her flipping out. 1993, that was the year she threw the Christmas tree.
I'm not going to tell it
out
again.
in the
It
middle
just
of the
puts
street.
me in a bad mood and continues to
And,
fucking go on.
I'm
about it.
standing outside naked, screaming at the top of her lungs, dragging Christmas lights and shit. And just this one, no fishing license. I'm innocent. Had my fishing license in the car. Came more than did a spot check. Oh, I was out on a charter boat on Lake Erie, and I left my wallet and fishing license and stuff locked up in the car like a dummy. And they did a spot check, and I didn't have them with me, so they wrote a ticket and said, just mail your fishing license in, and they'll drop it. And I did that, and they never dropped it. And no, I do not owe Patty Lynn an apology.
I'm going to go ahead and chime in and interject on this. I do believe that he does owe Patty Lynn an apology.
I'll second that.
Absolutely, yeah. He wanted to step out of his lane and question her parenting skills, and then insult her on her parenting skills. And I absolutely believe that he owes her an apology. Now, granted, whether it will ever happen or not, obviously, we all have knowledge of that. We all know how that's going to go. But
well, I just think it's pretty rich, his comments to her, and I feel terrible for her, but pretty rich, given what kind of parent he's been.
Right. Absolutely. So yes, Miss Patty Lynn, if you're still in here, ma'am, he does most definitely owe you an apology. So.
Not at all. She owes Zanime X and her refugee family and the Kylie Rodney family and the little 15-year-old girl and Ronnie Jones and Ickadmel a massive apology. All crackheads do. And I'm not going to get off your neck until that happens. Patty Lynn, instead of doing some kind of damage control after her son was on the internet stoned out of his gourd, doxing people and slandering people and sending his crackheads after an innocent woman in a refugee family, instead of her saying, look, we're not down with that, she got on and backed him up. So she's the one that's going to be apologizing when this is over, young man. Big time. He's sitting on a panel with Johnny Gobble.
Jesus Christ.
Johnny Gobble, the guy that put a video up with a man accusing Patty Lynn of sleeping with all of Ryan's friends, including Deerdorf, multiple times.
Yeah, we're done here now.
Yeah.
All right. So what else were we wanting to touch on? I was wanting to bring up this video here that he has. He posted 10 years ago. It's Joe Biden out of the back door.
Out the back door of a house that he claims to have never lived in.
Right. Yeah, and that's where Hawkeye kind of messed him up on his story, right?
Oh yeah, he really did throw some salt in there unknowingly. Well, whatever it was, but the address is out there. You people know. I don't want to get accused of doxing or whatever.
Right. Yeah, we're not releasing the address.
This fucking goofball is going to say. But you can Google Earth this, around this area. You know where it's at. We don't need to put it out there. And you can watch this video and you can see exactly. He lives in this house that he claims he has never lived in. That was an investment property. And here is video proof again from his channel. His words. You let it play.
All right. And obviously, just you could pay attention to the surroundings, where he's at, the gate, all of that. So
I want you to think about how much money that cost.
You sound like Carl, boy. That's the taxpayers' money.
Now, again, guys, I just do want to add, you know, this is another point, you know, where he stuck his foot in his mouth. Again, like Dad said, you know, he claims he's never lived there. But here's video proof from his channel 10 years ago. So, you know, he is the one who posted this video. Essentially, again, just sticking his foot in his mouth. So we'll go ahead and finish this out. You know, we've got about 29 more seconds, and then, you know, we'll go on with it.
It was Biden, Joe Biden, because I seen where he was speaking uptown today, and then going to Athens.
I didn't see where he was going to Athens.
Yeah.
Zepbound. Watch this.
All right. And that's it. So Yankee, if it's okay, you know, obviously if it's specific questions that you've already touched on, that's not anything that I want to bring up. But I do want to give the chat, you know, an opportunity to ask some questions. If you're okay with answering them, if you don't want to answer them, just say, you know, you don't want to answer them, or you don't know the answer to the question that they're asking.
Sure.
So okay. So chat, if y'all got any questions for Yankee, please go ahead and drop them.
I got one. How in the fuck did you put up with this motherfucker?
Love and prayers, a damn Yankee. Super health. Well, Kurt in the house.
Something I will touch on while you guys are doing that. In his last podcast, I saw someone named Mel Song got up there, and she made a general appeal to stop the insanity. Zanime is no longer being stalked. There's always going to be a fringe out there that's made up in their mind to believe whatever they believe. But she kind of called out Jim and said, you need to stop this. And as soon as she got done with her spiel, go back and listen to it again. As soon as she got done with it, stepped down from the panel, he went right back like she hadn't said a word. He has no insight. He has no empathy. He just lacks that part of the basic human experience. And he just went right back to it and being rude. I've heard him argue with people that were actually agreeing with him, but he doesn't listen. And he started arguing with them. And they're reassuring him, saying, no, I agreed with you. It's crazy.
Okay. Patty Lynn brought up something. She says, from what I understand, Zanime had someone reach out and tell him to stop mentioning her, which is actually a very big possibility due to the stuff that he was saying. You know, it could it was of anything on her behalf. So
yeah, I think he went from just the mentioning her by name to mentioning the persona.
Right.
That's the impression I got. She said, knock it off. I don't want anything to do with you or what you're doing on your channel. That is not the message I want out there anymore. And you're just making things worse.
Right. Absolutely. Well, I mean, it looks to me, Yankee, you know, as if you've got a ton of support from these comments, you know.
Well, that's very sweet, but that says more about them than it does about me.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I find it encouraging. There are so many good people out there that possess good qualities. Thank you all.
Yes, seriously, thank you guys. I mean,
I was supposed to say y'all, wasn't I?
Yeah. No, you're fine.
I'm damn me.
Very
You
true.
all.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. If you're going to work on it, it's y'all.
All right. Well, I did learn bullshit from when I was in Wisconsin. I mean, Ohio. I learned some words down in Mississippi too. They used to do things or play dumb with me because I had to talk to a lot of the people on the shop floor. It was an extrusion plant. And I realized after I started re-explaining, they were just messing with me because they just like to hear my accent. I was like, oh, great.
Right. Absolutely. So is there anything else that you want to add or anything of that nature?
Not for me.
No.
A lot of these people with the questions that are coming in, they're coming in late, and the best way, we're not going to go back over that stuff. Just watch it from the beginning. All the information is there. Where anything that you're confused on will be, all the dots will get connected for you by watching it from the beginning. She was very nice to take her time and explain it, and really don't want to have her hashing all this stuff back up again.
Absolutely.
Well, and if it's something you think is really confusing, or maybe I misspoke.
No. Basically, there's people asking, and I can tell by the framing of the question, they're coming in late. They're asking about the child that had overdosed and all those things, and you did let it out there being known that it was not his biological child. So if there was anyone that had passed at all, so
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and guys, again, if you guys go back and listen to this from the beginning, she's very descriptive. She's very clear in what she's saying. Those questions, like Dad just said, from the frame of the question, they are most definitely addressed. I feel as if we've touched on a lot. I mean, I'm trying to think of anything that we may have missed.
Well, I've yammered on for long enough.
Yeah, yeah. Dad, I mean, anything you got?
No, I want to, express my gratitude to Yankee again. And I don't want to repeat myself, but I have the habit of it. I commend the courage it took for you to come on here and share those things with us.
Hell
Well,
yeah.
and I just
That was a
wish
good live.
everyone on the stream
All right, y'all.
and
I'm
beyond
just gonna get the fuck
treat
off
others
here.
the way you
I'm
want to
tired.
be treated.
Appreciate you. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me. And y'all have a good night, man. Later.